And for those who enjoy this channel and would love to support us financially, please feel free to hit that donate link. We'd greatly appreciate it. God bless.
Hey everybody, today we are debating whether or not the Tower of Babel existed, and we are starting right now. Ladies and gentlemen, thrilled to have you here. Today is going to be a fun one, as we have two, you could say, seasoned guests who have debated many different topics. They are friends of the channel. We're always happy to have them, and want to let you know their links are in the description, so that if you're liking, if you're like, I want more, you can click on their link in the description and hear more. And you can also see youtube.com/tjump is there on the border. You can find Tom Jump on YouTube as well as on Facebook. So we're excited to have these gentlemen here for this topic we've never debated, and dare say, I don't know if this topic's ever been debated. I mean, I could be wrong. Let me know if you've ever seen it out there, folks. It's definitely going to be an interesting one, because I'm like, I have no idea how these guys are going to argue in terms of the evidence for or against, but we're excited. It's going to be a lot of fun. And want to let you know, if this is your first time here, consider hitting that subscribe button, as we have a lot more debates coming up, including this Wednesday, Does T-Jump's Moral System Suck?, between Tom Jump and Adam Friended. That's going to be a lot of fun, putting Tom in the hot seat. And we've got others as well coming up. So if you want a reminder of these debates, hit that little notification bell as well when you do subscribe. We are glad to have you here, whether you be Christian, atheist, vegan, all sorts of things, Republican, Democrat. We're glad to have you. Thanks for hanging out with us on this fine Sunday afternoon. We are going to start with an opening statement from Praise, which will be 8 minutes, and then jump right into the open dialogue. So with that, Praise, I have the clock set for 8 minutes, and thanks for being here, gentlemen. The floor is yours.
Nice. So I think this debate's an easy win for me, because Smithsonian.com and several other reputable sources published articles supporting the Smithsonian's June 23rd, 2017 article called "Some Very Compelling Evidence the Tower of Babel Was Real," based on the season 4, episode 1 show. And in this show, Jeff Allen, an archaeologist who is the program director of the World's Monument Fund and ultimately responsible for the Babylon Project, said, quote, "I'm really at the place where the Tower of Babel stood. It actually existed." Jeff goes on to present a conglomeration of physical evidence ranging from bricks to other artifacts. This is confirmed by ancient tablet expert Dr. Andrew George, professor of Babylonian history at the University of London, who interpreted a unique tablet and heralded as the Tower of Babel inscription was found dating to be 6th century BC, with several inscriptions on it, including an inscription with the Tower of Babel on it. Even more riveting is Dr. George authenticated this tablet to perfectly match up with the biblical account because of several reasons. The inscription from King Nebuchadnezzar himself was explicitly chiseled on the tablet, therefore confirming his existence historically. And moreover, a clear step Babylonian tower with 7 tiers is depicted on this tablet, explaining how the tower was to be constructed by Nebuchadnezzar, thereby aligning perfectly with the biblical text. No other ancient text specifically mentions the details of the Tower of Babel like the Bible. However, other ancient texts corroborate Genesis 11's account of the Tower of Babel, because the cuneiform says, "The building of this tower temple highly offended the gods. In the night they throw down what man built and impeded their progress. They were scattered abroad, and their speech was strange." The robust case for the existence of the Tower of Babel officially started when Robert Koldewey made a groundbreaking discovery when his team excavated the actual Babylon in the late 19th century. And it's shown by the show Secrets Tower of Babylon, premiered by the Smithsonian Channel. The events surrounding the Tower of Babel are impressive and supernatural in nature as well. The consensus among philologists agreed there were strong examples of continuity, then discontinuity in language among the earliest ancient Near East people as well. That is attempted to be explained by an extraordinary event that is kin to a great invasion, but they don't know. Linguistic experts E.A. Spicer and B. Landsberger echoed this because the names of rivers, indigenous plants, animals, and some cities are non-Sumerian words, unrelated to any known language. Citation Charles Ayling, PhD, 2009. Genesis 11 actually chronicles ancient Sumeria because it states plains of the Shinar. Shinar is actually identified phylogically as Sumer. The plains of Shinar, Sumer are between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Sumer also has narratives of confusion of tongues and destruction of a great tower. Modern research has clearly demonstrated that the earliest civilizations and ancient languages actually developed in the general area of Mesopotamia, the plain of Shinar. All this evidence confirms the biblical account because history documents the Tower of Babel actually existed. Then there was a dramatic discontinuity and birth of languages. This can only be explained supernaturally because Ted Grant cites in his book, Dialectical Philosophy, quote, human language appears to be a unique phenomenon without significant analog in the animal world. If this is so, it is quite senseless to raise the problem of explaining the evolution of human language for more primitive systems of communication that appear to be lower levels of intellectual capacity. Modern research also eliminates the possibility of stochastic origins of language arising on its own because neuroscientists have discovered language cannot be acquired after the age of 13. Citation NBCI, The Development of Language, a critical period of humans neuroscience. Basically, language has to be taught. In the study, it gives an example how language deprivation results in a permanent language barrier. An example is given where a girl was raised by deranged parents until the age of 13 under conditions almost total language deprivation. Despite intense subsequent training, she never learned more than a rudimentary level communication. This and other examples of so-called feral children starkly define the importance of early training with language. If Tom can demonstrate language arises physically after the age of 13, then a Nobel Prize awaits him. Therefore, all worldviews collapse and are dwarfed in comparison to biblical Christianity, epitomized by the Tower of Babel account in Genesis 11. And with that, I end my time.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Tom.
Did you actually read that paper that you cited from the Smithsonian?
Yes.
What was the date that the tablet was found? What's the king of who built it?
It was Nebuchadnezzar.
And do you know how many languages were actually spoken at the time when he was king? We know that we can prove definitively with archaeological and historical evidence.
When he was king, see, that's to me is a non sequitur because.
Okay, never mind. Let's just put it this way: there's dozens of languages that already existed at the time, so we can immediately just rule out the Bible story right there because we can already prove if this was the actual Tower of Babel when it was built during the king of Nebuchadnezzar, then there were already multiple languages being spoken at the time that we know about and can prove definitively. So if this tablet is correct, then that proves the Bible wrong, which I just love. So I'm happy to like. No, it's factually proven.
Well, I know the tablet's 6th century, but see, here's the problem. Thomas Nelson, a publishing firm of Hebrew, Greek, and English scholars, on page 16 of their book, The Chronological Study, explains the Tower of Babel started with Akkadian king Sargon, 2350 BC, who burned it down, then restored it by Kali Shari in 2200 BC. Okay,
all of that nonsense means absolutely nothing.
No, it means that it was remade, it was renovated.
Stop. The tablet, the actual tablet, which is the only evidence we have, says it was built by Nebuchadnezzar, not rebuilt by this other guy. That's
No,
all
it,
that
it's not. It just says
Stop. None of that is said by the
it just
tablet.
says for
Stop interrupting.
One second.
Nebuchadnezzar.
Forgive me. So sorry, Praise. We'll I promise, Praise, we'll come right back to you. We just because we gave you that opening statement, we'll see what Tom has to say, and I
Okay.
promise we'll come back.
So the tablet only says it was created by King Nebuchadnezzar. You could just go to Patterns of Evidence, which is a Christian site, and it just details all of this. It doesn't in any way indicate that the Tower of Babel existed. In fact, the guy who found it, the professor, what's his name, Dr. George, he specifically says this is a very strong piece of evidence that the Tower of Babel story was inspired by this real building. So this real building actually came during the king of Nebuchadnezzar when there's lots and lots of things. And in the Bible, the Tower of Babel was before the flood, I think, or after the flood, I don't remember. But the timing just doesn't work out. If this is really the Tower of Babel, that disproves everything in the Bible. Completely disproves it. Because this came way after Abraham and a lot of historical things where that the chronology of what happens in the Bible is wrong if this is the Tower of Babel. The Bible portrays the Tower of Babel incident as happening after the Great Flood, but before the time of Abraham. There are different views regarding what the time should be. Actually, that's literally factually the case.
I can debunk if I get a time to speak.
Why are you interrupting? Why are you interrupting? No, that's factually wrong. I'm reading off of the page, the site that you gave. This is literally the source, the patternsofevidence.com, the spectacular news, Tower of Babel discovery. The Bible portrays the Tower of Babel incident as happening after the Great Flood, before the time of Abraham. There are different views regarding what that date should be assigned as, the biblical timeline, but the latest proposed for the birth of Abraham was around 2000 BC. I'm just quoting from the site, your reference.
That's still.
So I'm just.
I know.
So this is just your reference. You're still interrupting. Why are you still interrupting? Stop it. Traditions and many biblical.
Is this open talk though, or?
I think.
Why? No. This is my opening. I'm just going to read the whole.
So you never told me you had an opening.
Yeah, I didn't. Tom, there was a little misunderstanding. I didn't know you wanted an opening. I thought you wanted an open discussion.
I want to let him speak. I'm going to stop talking and let him speak. So this isn't an open discussion. This is me stating my position. So,
go ahead.
Traditions and many biblical scholars point to the time of Nimrod as the setting for the Tower of Babel. Nimrod was Noah's great-grandson, while Abraham was 10 generations after Noah. So the Bible puts the Tower of Babel back into the 3rd millennium BC, more than 1,500 years before Nebuchadnezzar. So this is 1,500 years. The biblical Tower of Babel was 1,500 years before King Nebuchadnezzar. So if King Nebuchadnezzar built the Tower of Babylon, well, then the Bible is just factually wrong because it's got the order wrong. Therefore, if the historical history of the Bible is factual, Nebuchadnezzar could have nothing to do with the construction of the biblical Tower of Babel. In short, far from being proof of the reliability of the Bible, if the tower on the inscription built by Nebuchadnezzar really was the Bible's Tower of Babel, then the only thing it would establish is that the biblical account in this case is in fact a work of fiction and not real history. The Bible maintains that there was only one language at the time of the Tower of Babel. In the time of Nebuchadnezzar, there were many languages. Nebuchadnezzar brought various groups of people together to finish the tower. The Bible account has one group of people who became splintered and then never finished the tower. The only similarity is that both towers and many people worked on them, which would have been the case for any large tower. What about the views of Professor George? A closer look at the comments is revealing. He said that the builders described in the inscription could represent the biblical multitudes of languages. The myth about the multitude of languages comes from the context described in the stele. From that, it may be the biblical got the idea, the Bible got the idea of the confusion of tongues from this. Dr. George adds that this is a very strong piece of evidence that the Tower of Babel story in the Bible was inspired by this real building. So Dr. George himself admits the Tower of Babel was a story, a fiction, a myth based on a real thing, just like the flood myth was based on a real partial flood. The whole world was never flooded. This is a very common way of thinking among today's academics. The predominant theory holds that the Hebrew Bible, Old Testament, was not written until after the Babylonian captivity took place, more than 1,000 years after Moses. Variations of this view propose that the events written of the Bible are either complete fiction or else loosely based on old legends, myths, and events from other nations that inspired the biblical writers, who then adapted these accounts and wove them into the biblical narrative to make them their own. Looking at this tablet through the lens, it is easy to see why Dr. George believes that it is evidence for the inspiration of the biblical story of the Tower of Babel. However, this view is completely different than thinking that it shows the biblical account is real history. So, I mean, that just completely destroys everything you have. It just destroyed all of your evidence right there. And it wasn't even me, it's just your own reference. So, no, none of that indicates the Tower of Babel is real. It just indicates the story of the Tower of Babel was made up based off of a real building, which is completely reasonable. Okay, done. Go.
Okay, so we know that your refutation has no basis because the Tower of Babylon was destroyed in 2350 BC. So we know it can't be the original Tower of Babylon, so that just directly refutes your refutation.
Well, that's not my refutation. That's the refutation of your source. Your source refutes.
No, my source had nothing to do with that. And I'll give you some quotes from my source if you want to. I mean, the director of the whole thing says he's standing on the very site of the Tower of Babel.
Right, but weren't you listening? That's the story of the Tower of Babel was inspired by this.
He has bricks. He showed in the show. He actually had bricks from the original structure. Please watch the show before just cherry picking a thing off a site.
That story is saying the same thing. Those are the building that the Tower of Babel story was founded on. So yes, it was called Babel
Tower, and I just destroyed your claim there because
no. You're not understanding. I'm agreeing with you.
Was destroyed.
Hold on 1 second.
The Tower of Babel.
Let's just hear Praise out for a second, just to be sure. Praise, do you feel like you finished that argument so Tom can respond?
1 second. Yeah, Tom has no basis to say that Nebuchadnezzar originally erected it in 630 BC or whatever it is, 600 BC, around that range, because the original Tower of Babel was destroyed by King Sargon. So it's a remake or a refurnishing of the original, the Tower of Babel. So I would like for Tom to address that first.
Easy, because the tablet doesn't say that. That's not what the tablet says. So you're making up something else that has no basis and then adding that to the tablet. So the tablet itself just says it was built by Nebuchadnezzar. So the tablet does not support the claim that it's the Tower of Babel. It's just a tower. So if you want to add something else, that if you have some evidence of this other thing, of a tablet that says that there was another tower built before this, which was the Tower of Babel, that would be good. But this tablet does not say that anywhere in the tablet. Nowhere does it say that. So you've added this other thing to the actual evidence that isn't there.
Well, I can use the same argument with you. It doesn't say, nowhere does it say it was created first by Nebuchadnezzar. It just says, if you read the inscription on the tablet itself, it just gives instructions how to construct it. It doesn't say it was first made. So you're actually adding into the text itself. I say you're the one that needs to justify your claim that it's saying that it's being first erected by Nebuchadnezzar.
No, that's a burden of proof fallacy. So we have evidence of the tablet. And the tablet says there is a tower of these things built at this time. That's all it says. So the only evidence that the tablet provides is that there is a tower built by Nebuchadnezzar with these dimensions, and that's it. That's the only evidence it provides. Now, you made a different claim that before this tower there was another tower.
No, it's the same
and that
tower.
claim isn't supported. No, you said it was destroyed, remember? So
the original Tower of Babel was destroyed. The same thing. But
no, you're not following.
It was
you're not
renewed.
following. So again, you're not following. So again, the tablet itself only supports the tower built by Nebuchadnezzar. It does not support anything before that. All of your claims before that have no evidence. The tablet only supports the one built by Nebuchadnezzar. So it can't be referencing the Tower of Babel. You have to have other evidence to show that there was something there before that, which you don't have.
We do.
Where?
I told you the guy. I'll give you the guy's name. It is.
That applies.
Allen.
That's the same. That's the same one by Nebuchadnezzar. That's not a different tower.
No, Jeff Allen says this is the same structure from 2200 BC, not 600 BC. No, it's the same structure. And please watch the show before
just contradicting yourself. I've already seen it. It doesn't support something. I've already seen it. It doesn't support your claim. So it can't be the same.
You even know the guy's name? How could you see? You didn't even know the guy's name.
Because I don't remember every name of every show I've seen ever, obviously. So again, it can't be the same structure, because if it was rebuilt, then it's a new structure. So no. And again, the whole thing is that no one supports this. Like the guys you quoted, Dr. George does not support this. The academics do not support this. Pretty much everyone universally and all academics say, no, the story of Babel was a myth, a legend. Dr. George says it's a myth and it's a legend, and that this story of Babel was created based off of this tower. So
no, that's not what he said. I mean, I have his quote.
Literally, it's literally what he says. I have the quote right here.
He says it confirms the biblical account. I mean, if I could show it on here.
No, this is a very strong piece of evidence that the Tower of Babel story was inspired by this real building. So he's saying, yep, this is a myth.
The real building. That's right. The 2200 BC, the real Tower of Babel.
No. The Tower of Babel story, the myth, the legend, the made-up thing, was inspired by this real building, referring to the tablet itself.
No, it is the real building.
No, again, because we went over this. So this story.
It was just prepared. That's all it was.
No. I'm just, again, this is your article. This is your reference. This is the tablet we are talking about.
I know, but I'm addressing your complaints.
No, there's no complaint here. This is Dr. George, the guy you're referencing, specifically says this tower built by Nebuchadnezzar is the one the story of Babel was made up after.
Yes, it's the real Babel, Tower of Babel. I mean, what do you not get about that? It's what he actually says. It confirms the biblical account.
There's no earlier tower here. It's just this one.
It is, but you see it is. I even gave you historical evidence.
That's your made-up thing.
Sargon.
All of the academics agree on this. This tower is the one.
Sorry, look it up. He even remade it after that.
I already did.
You did. Look it up.
I already did. I just gave you the evidence. All the academics agree. There is no before this. You just made that up.
You're conflating this new tower with another one. No, it's the same tower.
No. You have made up an earlier tower that isn't in any of the.
No, it's the original tower.
No, that's made up. So you don't have any evidence.
No, it's a ziggurat. You know what a ziggurat is?
Yes, it's a tower that's like a stair step thing. So again, all of the academics agree. Tower of Babel, made up fiction.
No,
this tower existed.
I quoted you from the whole main guy who headed the project. Okay. Sure.
So again, as I just read from the article, all of the academics agree this tower existed. There was no before tower. That's not mentioned in any of the sources. No evidence of any of that. That's something just you made up. And they agree this tower is likely one of the ones that the story of Babel could have been made up after. That's it. There's no other claim there. It's exactly as it says in the article, as the quotes say by Dr. George. Like there is no evidence you presented that supports anything else other than that.
Okay, like I'm just gonna try to not repeat myself over and over. This is stages of the same tower. That's
an assertion. Give me evidence of this.
I gave you assertion over. I gave you evidence over and over. You're not listening.
Where is the evidence?
Our evidence is that King Sargon destroyed it, and then it was remade by Karmu Shala.
That's a claim. Where's the evidence?
It's historical facts. Look it up. What do I have to? It's historical fact by archaeologists.
Where is the archaeological evidence of any of that happening?
By easy. Just look it up on Google yourself. It was destroyed and remade by Karmar Shali. It's that simple.
That's a claim. There is zero archaeological evidence of that. That's a claim.
These are stages of the same building. You're not getting that. You're trying to.
No, I understand your made-up story, but your made-up story has no archaeological evidence.
Look at it. You're just saying so doesn't make it so. You're just making circular claims, arbitrary claims.
Right. Now apply that to all the stuff that you've just said. Give me archaeological evidence that supports anything beyond that tablet.
Right. I just gave you King Sargon. He destroyed
There's no archaeological evidence of that. That's a made-up story.
There is, though.
Where is it? Where?
Google it.
Google it isn't an argument.
Here, I'll do it right now. It's that simple, man. I'm just going to do it right now. I'm going to go Google it right now.
Go for it.
King Sargon. This is simple. King Sargon destroy temple. Tower of Babel. Oh my gosh, it's there. So the Tower of Babel. Shinar. Okay, this is what I was saying, that it was remade by Shamar Shali. I see so many links saying confirming what I just said.
Okay, so there's a tower that Sargon destroyed. You've shown nothing about the Tower of Babel.
The
You've shown
original
nothing.
tower was destroyed by King
You
Sargon.
haven't shown anything. You've shown nothing. There are lots of towers, and lots of people destroyed lots of towers. How does this have anything to do with the Tower of Babel? Like, give me some archaeological
Because
evidence.
it's a stage that Nebuchadnezzar was renovating it, or just making repairs on it. Is basically
None of
that's all
that
it
is
was
evidence.
doing.
What are you even saying?
It's the
Like,
same ziggurat. It's the
that's
same
your assumption.
temple.
That's
No,
only
it's
your
not the
assumption. There's
same.
no archaeological evidence to show those are the same.
There is,
Just make that
though.
up.
I mean,
Where?
even the
Show it.
people, Jeff
Find it.
Allen, who's the main
No, they
person,
don't.
said this is the
Hold
exact.
they don't.
One second,
same
Tom.
moment.
Let's go ahead and Jess Allen or whatever the name was. Praise if you want to go with that, and I promise we'll come right back to you, Tom.
Okay. So, he's making things up about the people that I cited. That's not true. The guy's name is Jeff Allen, and he says, I'm really at the place where the original Tower of Babel stood. It actually existed. That is the citation. That is straight from the June 23rd, 2017 article called Some Very Compelling Evidence the Tower of Babel was real. There's no way you can circumvent that. It's history. It's fact, period.
Again, you don't understand the basic logic. The tower was based off of a real tower that existed that had that name. It's not the biblical tower. It's the one that the biblical tower was made up after. So yes, the tower existed. That's it.
But we're just saying the Tower of Babel existed. That's the debate. It existed. It's proven to exist.
Right. There is a tower called Babel.
So what's your objection?
It's not the biblical tower. The biblical tower.
The biblical tower is chronicling the original tower. What do you not get about that?
You totally don't understand this at all. It's simple. It's like the flood. The flood myth. There was a flood that happened. An actual flood occurred. There was the flood. Was that the biblical flood? No, because the whole world was not flooded. Was there a tower called Babel which existed? Yes. Was it the biblical tower? No, because there were lots of languages there. There were already lots of people. There was no falling out where there lots of broke out into lots of different places and languages. All of that is made up. So there wasn't the biblical Tower of Babel. It doesn't like there wasn't the biblical flood. It's all made up.
No, all we are. I mean, the whole debate is basically: did the Tower of Babel exist? It did, and the Bible chronicled it. The same building that's mentioned in Genesis 11. I mean, basically, debate over right there. But also, I'd like to address.
I don't understand basic logic here. This is pretty simple. There was a tower. It was named Babel, and it was made long after the Bible. All of the chronology of the Bible is wrong. It's a made-up story after a real thing. You're like claiming that, well, the King's Cross Station in Harry Potter is real, therefore Harry Potter is real. Like, no.
But we're not saying the building's magical. But we're saying the events surrounding the
right.
Tower of Babel are supernatural. And I mean, I can prove
that's the part that's proven wrong very simply. This tower, there were already many, many languages and many people before this tower. There was not one language. There were already many. The story is false.
Actually, no, because in my opening, I showed the discontinuity, the sudden discontinuity in languages. And I gave the citations for that. But also, I can prove that the Hebrew language is the oldest. I can give you 3 citations that would completely destroy your arguments.
Good luck with that, because Hebrew definitely was not the oldest.
You want me to give you the citations?
Go ahead and win a Nobel Prize and go publish it, because that's a complete waste of my time. We know language.
There's no Nobel Prize for just citing something. That is so stupid.
No, you'd have to discover that, because we know languages predate Hebrew. Hebrew is an evolved language from lots of other combinations of things. So language started with grunts.
Okay, can I give my citations? I mean, just the audience's sake.
Not evidence. Good luck with trying to publish that Hebrew is the oldest language.
It is, though. I mean, I can give you citation.
No, you can't, because you don't understand.
Your citation. Douglas Petrovic, the world's oldest alphabet, Hebrew as the language of Proto-Consonantal script. ScienceNews.org, November 16, 2019. Live Science, January 15, 2010. There's your citation. Look it up.
You're so dull. An alphabet is a comprised system of language. It is not the first language. It is a system of language. So it's like saying we have lots and lots of examples of like C++ was the
Hebrew
first language.
is the oldest language.
No, it's not. Hebrew is the oldest like comprised alphabet language. There are lots of other older languages.
Citation, please. I don't even know if you know what you're talking about.
We know this for a fact. This is so
okay, we
obvious.
know there's Aramaic. We know that there's there's different types of Proto-Hebrew.
Google how languages develop. Obviously, there is more.
Citation.
Google how languages evolve. Just Google how languages
don't evolve. I debunked that after the age of 13 that no one can acquire language. Languages do not evolve. I even gave you a scientific journal, NBCI, showing that.
No, languages do evolve. That's how they're developed.
I'll give you the citation. You want the citation?
You don't understand anything you're saying, Praise. Like you're citing things that don't.
NBCI, the development of language, a critical period in humans neuroscience.
That supports my position. Every one of them supports.
We just got that citation. Thank you, Praise. We'll give Tom a chance to respond.
Sure.
And we promise we'll come right back to you, Praise.
All languages evolve. It's an objective fact. That's how languages develop. That's every single one of them. Like Praise just has no idea what he's talking about. Like, okay, next.
Praise, do you agree that you have no idea what you're talking about? Go ahead, Praise.
He's just making claims with nothing to back it up. I backed up my claim. NBCI, the development of language, a critical period in humans neuroscience. There's actual evidence, even of cases where children that were deprived from learning language could not acquire language under 13. That means that humans cannot acquire language under 13, then therefore debunked. Your whole argument is useless, and therefore the Bible's true, period.
No, like everything he just said is complete bullshit. Like, no. So I don't understand why he thinks that language not being acquired after the age of 13 has anything to do with how language evolved. It's just irrelevant. And so this has nothing to do with how language evolved.
You would need something external. You need something external to have people learn language. And the Bible provides that. And it says that Adam was taught language.
What does this have anything to do with what we're talking about?
Everything. It shows that your model of language is obsolete. It's the
No. We can teach language to orangutan.
No. That's just babble. No, even in my article, it mentions that. If you would actually look at it,
Again, that's how language started. Babble. You started with simple things, and then you build on them. That's how language evolves. Like I said, you start with simple things, and you get more complicated things. What you're talking about is just gibberish. Like, no.
No, it's actual science.
Except none of the scientists agree with you. Just zero of them.
Except the one I showed.
They don't agree with you. You just don't understand what they're saying.
So you're just saying something's true because you're saying something's true. I mean, that's all you're doing. I gave you a citation. I don't know what else, man, to help
all
you
of the
out
citations
here.
show you're wrong. Every single one of them. You just
Except
don't understand.
The one I have.
That one shows you're wrong too. Like they all show you're wrong.
Oh, really?
Every one of the people you cited disagrees with you on this in everything.
Once you look up on Google right now and look it up, there's more sources that confirm that.
1 second, gentlemen. So sorry to cut in. Just to be sure that we are on the same page, that it would be the Tower of Babel from the Old Testament that we are talking about. Someone in the audience just wanted to be sure that it was that specific tower rather than an exorbitantly high tower within Babylon, other than the specific one mentioned in Genesis. I think it's 11. Are we all on the same page?
Yes, it's the same one that King Sargon destroyed in 2300 BC. Then it was remade by Karmu-Shali. And then during that period of time, it must have got run down because, remember, these are mud bricks. And over time, they degrade. So you had Nebuchadnezzar come in and, refurnish it and make it and improvements and put improvements on it. I mean, basically, that's it.
Gotcha.
So the only evidence we have of the Tower of Babel is this tablet. That's why it was such a big deal. There isn't anything else. And this tablet only mentions the tower built by Nebuchadnezzar. Crazy, just making crap.
Obviously not, because I gave you the name Jeff Allen, and he even showed bricks from the original temple 2300 BC, the same one.
And as I
He's
explained
the
to you,
leader of the
disagrees
whole
with every-
operation.
As I already said to you, he himself says you're wrong.
Really? So when he says, I'm actually standing on the original Tower of Babel, he really never said that.
No, he really did say that. You just don't understand what the Tower of Babel means. The Tower of Babel is the ziggurat built by Nebuchadnezzar. It's not the earlier thing. It's not the
No.
Bible thing. That doesn't exist.
How could it be built by Nebuchadnezzar when it was destroyed? That makes no sense.
Because that's your made-up story. The Tower of Babel was built by Nebuchadnezzar.
What you're not getting is the stages. It's the stages of the same.
That's your made-up story. That's your made-up story. That's your made-up thing.
It's just cognitive dissonance. That's all you're showing right now. Is cognitive dissonance. I can't believe this, so I'm not going to believe it.
Only evidence.
I gave you evidence after evidence. You're just denying it.
No, made up stuff.
Seems like
evidence.
We may have come to a stalemate. We might
let's
go to Q&A. So if people do have questions and you want to fire them into the live chat, I will be pulling those out and into a list that we will ask the debaters. You can ask a question to either debater or both. Super chats go to the top of the list, and if you want to make a comment, Super Chat allows you to do that during the Q&A. So if you want to compliment Tom on his appearance, you're welcome to do that. We've all been there, and we will be pulling those questions or Super Chats out of the live chat as we go. We do have a few, but any concluding statements before we do move on to the Q&A, gentlemen?
I can let him go. If he wants to do his concluding, that's fine.
No, I mean, I don't even need to. It's already over. Like, I don't
do my conclusion, or are you going to do a conclusion or not? I mean,
sure.
Basically.
If you'd like, you're welcome to. Is that okay with you, Tom?
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay. So I think, this afternoon I showed evidence after evidence that the Tower of Babel it's true. It's a reality. And I showed how the stages of that same tower was confirmed by Nebuchadnezzar in 645 BC with his own inscription. Then I showed how language cannot evolve. That after the age of 13, I gave citation for that. Nothing natural is associated with language. It's an immaterial construct. And I gave citation for that too. I gave citation after citation. I gave the leader of the whole freaking project, Jeff Allen, and he says, quote, I'm really at the place where the Tower of Babel stood. It actually existed. That means it's not fable, it's not legend, it's reality. So I think, basically, I just see cognitive dissonance, denialism, because it conflicts with Tom's worldview. Too bad. It's truth. It's just the way it is. So I think I went way out of my way. But also I showed Hebrew is the oldest language. I gave 3 citations for that. And I'm going to end with those 3 citations. So here is the first citation, and it's from Douglas Petrovic, the world's oldest alphabet, Hebrew as the language of proto-consonantal script. Then ScienceNews.org, November 16th, also published the same thing. And then also Live Science, January 15, 2010, also published that Hebrew is the oldest. Sorry, Tom, that this debate was a joke. And so I'll end my time with that.
With that, thanks for being here, folks. Excited to jump right into this. So the first one is a super chat. Thanks for your super chat. Roy Lindsay, got a friend in Roy, Tom. He says, Tom Jump, I recently moved to Minneapolis. Is there an atheist community here?
Yeah, there is. There's the Minnesota Atheists, the Humanists of Minnesota, and a bunch of meetup groups for atheists.
That's right. Minnesota Atheists. I'm familiar with them. So, Steven Steen, thanks for your super chat as well. He says, the Tower of Babel. Oh, gosh, Steven. He says the Tower of Babel is just a story about the time James stood up and everyone was so awestruck by his physique, that they could not speak anymore. That's very sweet. Oh,
that's
Steven.
True though. That could be true.
That's pretty sick. Thanks for that, Sloth Sin. Thanks for your super chat. Oh, coming at ya, praise my boy. He says, for anyone, is praise usually this delusional? Whoa, what do you think of that Apple's praise? What do you got to say about that?
Uh-oh. Yeah, I might have to go see a doctor then or something.
Appreciate that. Well, appreciate your super chats and your questions, folks. We've got a good number of them, so we'll keep moving through. Emotionally stunted emoticon, good to see you. They ask, for praise, can praise explain the origin and arrival of Amerindians in South America under his model that is consistent with South American history? And give a citation for his answers.
Sure. I actually do. Let me get it real quick. So my citation is from linguistic analysis or m.phys.org. It says it really only arose 4,500 years ago, which is after the flood. And so that is, I mean, that makes his objection completely useless. So it's useless.
Gotcha. And we just had a super chat fly in. Thanks, Uvas. Make sure I'm pronouncing that right. Forgive me if I'm wrong. They say Sumerian is thousands of years older than Hebrew. It has its own alphabet. Thoughts, praise?
Yeah, I gave citations in this debate. I mean, I recommend if you want to rewind and look those up. In fact, I mean, the word Sumerian is, I gave in my opening statement of it's written in Genesis. It's written in a Genesis account, so it can't precede it because it's written in Genesis. It comes from Suma or Sumar. So I think that's pretty redundant. That's a redundant claim.
Gotcha. Thank you. And the heathen asks for praise. If languages don't evolve, why is there Old English or Low, Middle, and High German?
See, I don't see. It's just, I mean, they're just nuances of the same language. That doesn't mean they can't change within the same language. Like our language, it constantly evolves, but it doesn't mean that the language itself evolved. I think languages have the ability to change, or people change it themselves, but the original language is set in stone. I mean, look at the biblical languages: Hebrew, Greek. They're all set languages.
Gotcha.
Yeah, people can evolve the already existing language. I mean, that's what happens in English. Things change.
Well, I wonder if C++ was just already written in stone too. Did it evolve?
I don't know what C++ is. I suspect it's some sort of app that the young people are using.
Language. It's a coding language for programming.
Really?
Languages in programming or coding, like C++, JavaScript, HTTP, all those are all languages. In fact, they're defined as formal languages because that's what they are.
I would say they're immutable. Math is an immutable language.
Well, thank you very much. It's apparently not an app for the young people. Thank you for letting me know that. So, Ray Rez, thanks for your question. They said, we already asked that one. Thanks for that question. It's just clarifying which Tower of Babel we're talking about, in case there's more than one. Also, Brian Stevens, Patreon priority question. Thanks for your question. Sorry, I'm a little bit late to get to this. He says, from Praise's primary source, quote, the neurobiological mechanisms underlying the evolution of language, and then citation Cool, 2007. He says, and then in parentheses, Brian adds a point saying, one of the authors in the development of language Praise cites said this, namely, as I'll say it again, the quote, the neurobiological mechanisms underlying the evolution of language, ...
I mean, I'll have to look into that. He showed, I mean, we have actual examples in reality that language does not evolve after age. I mean, language does not happen after age 13. So, I mean, that's in the guy's own journal. So,
gotcha. Next up, we are going to Frustrated Atheist. Good to see you, our friend from Texas, if I remember right. He says, question for praise. If language doesn't evolve, why are we not speaking English from the medieval time period?
Like I said, just because languages, humans, just because humans might be able to update a certain word like, therefore if or something, like, I mean, that used to be an English word. Maybe it's just therefore now. I mean, they're just making it, just updating it. I mean, there's nothing changing really. There's nothing. It's not evolving into a whole new language or anything. It's the same language. It's just more updated.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. Just peeking around for other ones. Got some trolls. Good to see you, Steven Steen. Some more super chats. Evolution is zombie science. I'm getting to your question. Thanks for your question. They asked, T-Jump, do you think using profanity while arguing for, quote, evolved languages makes you credible? I don't think so. Evidence makes you credible, which you didn't provide today. Oh, snap!
Oh.
Tom, what do you think of them apples?
I did present evidence. You've lost. No.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. Next up, Travis Lee. Good to see you. Travis Lee, a former rival or opponent of Tom Jump, if you guys remember that debate. Travis is coming back soon. That was a fun debate. He says, for praise, I am that I am. The Tower of Babel existed 30,000 years ago during the last ice age, according to Hugh Ross.
I guess we just abandon everything what he says and just take it, and accept it. I don't agree with that. I mean, he's open to his opinion, though. So, I mean, of course, I disagree with that.
Gotcha. All right. Thanks for that. And next up, Jesus is Lord. Jill, good to see you. Thanks for your question.
Yo, Jill.
That's right. Tom's twin brother. We were glad to have you here. Was that Tom? You and Jill you tag teamed with Skylar and Praise one time, or Skylar and
right.
Josh.
That's right.
That's okay. I remember that one. That's one of my favorite debates. So he said, why did the historian Josephus attribute the tower to Nimrod, in parentheses, Sargon, if it was first built by Nebuchadnezzar?
Oh, that's my point of the debate. That's why I brought this up.
Tom, what do you think?
What? No. So I never said that was the case. I said that the evidence we have of the tablet only shows this tower in Nebuchadnezzar. Now, any other made-up stories that have been added later are totally fine. Like, you can make up other stories and attribute to other people. There's no contradiction there. But the myth was based off of this story.
Gotcha.
And then that myth was then added on to all the other stuff to try and get it to fit with the fact it was older.
Gotcha.
So your problem.
You got it. We are, let's see, we've got one more question, and we are closing the Q&A, so sorry about that, folks. We've got the Heathen asked, Praise did, make sure I don't mispronounce this, did Afric, it's spelled A-F-R-I-K, so like Africa, but with a K, Africa, yeah. And then A-A-N-S. This must be, is this a language?
It's a language.
It's new to me. Evolved from Dutch.
Oh, I have no idea. See, I guess I have to look up. I have to look into that. I don't know the answer to that.
Afrikaans is a language from the Dutch who moved to Africa and then developed their own language when they moved there, which is Afrikaans. Yes. The answer is yes, it did.
Gotcha. We have
still has a base language, though.
We have a super chat from Steven Steen. I don't understand what he's saying. I think it's his failed attempt to be cool. Thanks, Steven Steen, for trying. Maybe a misunderstanding. I'm not perfect. So here we go. Neff, his question for Tom is, if the Tower of Babel affair is not true, why are all of the earliest nations and tribes of man named after men in the Table of Nations in Genesis?
Ooh.
Because Genesis was written after all of that stuff and based off of real things that happened. So, I mean, there's pretty easy. Like, why does Harry Potter mention King Cross Station? Because it was written after King Cross Station was built. Pretty simple.
So one last thank you to our speakers. We hope you have a great day, everybody. Thanks so much, Praise and Tom.
Thank you, James.
Thanks.
Take care, everybody. Hey, everybody. Today we are debating Christianity versus humanism, and we're starting right now.
All right. My name is Adam Burkle.
Hey guys, how's it going? Thrilled to have you here. We have Adam Burkholz and we have Praise I Am That I Am. Want to say thank you for everybody's patience. I have to say the debaters have been so kind as they have basically been super patient with me. I kind of dropped the ball. I didn't get a hold of them because I felt sick this afternoon. I just felt really ill and I had to lay down. I lost track of time. I had McDonald's. It was my fault. I brought this on myself, but the speakers were just super gracious, super merciful, super kind, and so I just want to let everybody know how awesome they are already. And I think you're going to really enjoy this. So I'm going to, before we do the introductions of both of our speakers, I'm going to just quick mention we're very excited. We recently booked an interesting and exciting debate, and this is going to star atheist theologian. So yes, there is such a thing. So he's an atheist who's an expert in theology and New Testament studies. If I remember right, that's his expertise. He's Dr. Robert M. Price. You've probably seen him maybe debate William Lane Craig before. He's debated Bart Ehrman. And so he's going to have a textual criticism debate with Jonathan Sheffield. And that's going to be epic. And the reason is, the topic is, can Christianity be given an intellectual historical defense? So that, I promise, is going to be exciting, and that's Friday, April 12th coming up. So for tonight, we're stoked that our speakers were like, hey, let's try out this like mini debate style. So this would be a little bit shorter, a little bit more fast-paced and intense, but I think it's going to be off the charts. It's going to be great. So I want to mention both of the speakers' links are down in the description. You can check them out. I think you'll really enjoy getting to know them, as they've already been really pleasant in just our email interactions and things like that. So if this is your first time here, consider hitting that subscribe button. We have a lot more debates coming up that we're really excited about, and we'd love to have people from all walks of life. We really do want people, whether you're Christian, atheist, Muslim, all the strange creatures in between. We are glad you are here, and we hope you feel welcome at what we're trying to build, which is a non-partisan or fully neutral platform where we are completely fair. With that, I will introduce the speakers. So first, Praise I Am That I Am has been here before, and his link is down in the description for his YouTube channel, which we are thrilled to have both these gentlemen. Adam's, it's his first time, so Adam, I want to give you a special welcome and say we appreciate you coming on, man. It's great to have you. And Adam, by the way, I noticed your accent. Where are you from? Can I ask?
I've lived in Ohio all my life.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So like maybe a little bit of a Midwest accent. I don't know if you can tell, but I grew up in Wisconsin. I lived in Minnesota for a while, so I've still got a little bit of a Midwest accent. So this is going to be a blast, and with that, just going to quick let people know the format. Namely, 8-minute openings, 4-minute rebuttals, 4-minute closings, and then 15 minutes of Q&A. So with that, Adam volunteered to go first. And Adam, what I'm going to do is I'll start the clock for 8 minutes, and then we'll just start it on your first word. So no pressure. Whenever you are ready to start your opening, that's when the timer will start.
All right. My name is Adam Burkholz. My main presence on the internet is on the Pathos network. Pathos.com, I believe, is the website. And you can find me on Discus, which is in the link. So I'm fairly new to humanism. Up until 2013, I considered myself a Christian. I don't think they're necessarily exclusive. The main difference is that humanism doesn't rely on getting your moral framework handed down by a deity. We're working with our own reasoning, which is it's what we have to deal with in our everyday lives. I don't consider Christianity much different, as I no longer believe in the supernatural. And with that, I'll lead into one of my arguments that I think is a pretty strong underminer to starting off with the supernatural as a basis for faith and your moral framework. I call it the supervisor principle after working with an associate who wasn't exactly honest about the supervisor on my job. They would ask for things that were clearly in their benefit that I doubted the supervisor would have actually said. And any attempt for me to bring the supervisor into the conversation was treated as a hostile action. Due to the nature of my work, I can't give a lot of details about this person, so I'll have to be vague. Anywho, concerning claims of the existence of any God and the supernatural, if a believer wants a non-believer to observe media or public speakers, media including the Bible or apologetics texts, claiming the existence of beings who are omnipresent, or at least not as spatially limited as humans, immortal, or at least still alive now and for the foreseeable future, persons, they can receive, retain, and communicate information. They have thoughts, likes, dislikes, and desires. They can do most common human functions at least as well as the average human adult, in other words. Then those beings could do likewise for everyone to observe. If those beings can do that, then there is no necessity to rely on such media and public speakers, as those media's and public speakers' non-existence would not hinder the observer's consensus of the apparent existence of such beings. Then, following this, any such being not presenting the claims of and or about their own existence can corroborate, contradict, or dismiss those claims made by humans. Also following, any human account of personal experiences with such beings necessarily implies such beings can give their own account, corroborating, contradicting, or dismissing a human account. All accounts must be observed before any judgment can be made of the accuracy of the historical record directly concerning the claimed events. This thought experiment not only applies to gods and the supernatural, but it can handle a lot of sophistry and scams that people try to pull off, such as the events that helped inspire it. Moving on to why I believe humanism then is a better alternative, not relying on the supernatural or moral framework handed down by gods. I see morality as inescapably relative. We're always going to deal with outliers of people who think murdering's okay, and the like. But we're always striving to improve our lot in life. I think that humanism is one way we can reason together to do that better than we have previously. Such values as informed consent and bodily autonomy are two of my core principles when thinking about interactions with other people. All our social situations nowadays revolve around these principles and their denial. I'd encourage people to not see humanism or any moral system so much as prescriptive, but as descriptive of things we already believe. And it is by slow historical processes, events in history that have moved our windows of moral thinking, and not simply dictating what we believe to be moral to other people. When I think of such events as the civil rights movement, I have to remember that even today, there are people who see what was done there as wrong. It is only through evidence and reasoning and being unfaltering in that that we can hope to progress towards a goal of greater unity and the health of society. I'll just stop it there and continue the conversation after praise.
Great.
Sorry
Firstly, I
about
want to
that.
thank.
I'm so sorry. I still have myself muted. Forgive me. I'll give you your time back. One sec.
Sure.
Thanks so much. I think the speakers were able to hear me, but the debaters weren't. Sorry. We will now start the 8-minute clock for praise. Thanks for your patience, guys. And on your first word, praise.
Firstly, I thank James and Adam for this opportunity. My position is elementary when it comes to contrasting the Christian worldview with the humanist worldview, and that is anything grounded without Jesus Christ is internally inconsistent and self-refuting. As Machiavelli quoted, the end justifies the means, which is the apotheosis of humanism because humans can rationalize all sorts of atrocities. And without the biblical moral standard to objectively arbitrate such human depravity, we are rendered powerless to moral relativism. Humanists pride themselves on solving humanity's problems, but have horribly failed. For example, in 1973, the Humanist Manifesto reads, using technology wisely, we can control our environment, conquer poverty, markedly reduce disease, extend our lifespan, significantly modify our behavior, alter the course of human evolution and cultural development, unlock vast new powers, and provide mankind with unparalleled opportunity for achieving an abundant and meaningful life. But as you can see, this hasn't even been close to being achieved. In fact, one can argue secular strongholds such as California and Chicago have done a complete opposite. However, Christianity, since recorded history, has been the largest governmental provider of healthcare services in the world. It has been, it's been said to be around 18,000 clinics, 55 hospitals, with 65% of them located in developing countries. Source John Agnew, GEO Politics, February 12th, 2010. Moreover, it's been chronicled by many sources that Christians are the most philanthropic demographic in the world. Source is Washington Times, Monday, October 30th, 2017. The FRC.org, November 28, 2017. And Premier.org, March 2018. Atheists themselves have confessed without Christians being in poverty-stricken areas in the world, such as Africa. And without the Salvation Army, there would be so much more devastation and suffering. You can check this out, Matthew Paris and Roy Hattersley. Why is this important? It shows that Christians have a valuable and intrinsic purpose to follow Jesus Christ's footsteps, who transcends all humanity. This is reflected in several studies that indicate Christians live longer, happier, and goal-oriented lives. Citation, Live Science, April 3rd, 2006. CNN Health, May 16, 2016. And Huffington Post, May 25th, 2011. If humanists had a meaningful terminus, then they wouldn't be committing the most suicide. Source, adherence.com, religion suicide. NBCI, meta-analysis of religion and suicide. Nor would they be the most reluctant to be activists for their humanist cause, as Pew Research indicated. In 2014, Religious Landscape Study on how often they share their views on God and religion. Only 1 in 10 said they engage in activism weekly. 2/3 said they seldomly engage people with their viewpoints. The current claim by humanists is a process of evolution through natural selection has selected for empathy in humans because humans live in groups. If living in groups develops empathy in order for humans to live in groups, did they require empathy first? Which came first, empathy? And then we don't even know its cause. We don't know the answers to these questions, and we don't know how to get them. That is also aside from the point that the fact that natural selection doesn't even select for anything positive. That would imply intent. Evolution works through process of elimination. It tends to eliminate what isn't competitive. It is certainly arguable whether empathy makes someone less or more competitive out in the brutal natural wild. Even if we agree that empathy makes group living possible and group living makes survival more likely, there is still no evidence to support natural selection being its cause, since it can't cause anything. If it could, as likely to cause violence as empathy. Belief in evolutionary theory naturalism is epistemically self-defeating. If both evolution and naturalism are true, then the probability of us having reliable cognitive faculties are so low that are inscrutable. Lastly, the materialist view of the cosmos is a cold one, if anything but caring. The universe is only a huge device held together by pieces of matter in subjection to natural laws. This machine can never give us intrinsic or objective purpose. It is uncaring and without the purpose itself. It can tell us what is, but it can never tell us what ought to be. It can therefore provide no foundation of moral or ethical thinking or feeling. However, Christianity provides a superior and robust moral framework that is applicable to all places, all times, and with all people. Therefore, it is clear Christianity is the undisputed worldview in comparison to humanism or any other worldview. And with that, I end my time.
You got it. Thank you so much. We are going to move into the rebuttal. So this will be only 4 minutes each. So these will be short, sweet as well. And I will start you off, Adam, on your first word.
All right. I noticed that there were a lot of claims of Christians doing good. I'm fine with that. I don't see any basis in anything supernatural or godly. We have yet to have a God come and mention that they affirm any of what you said, though I've given them ample opportunity. I do view things in moral relativist sense, in that we say we give our own descriptions of what we think is absolutely moral or not, but these do not seem to transcend beyond us it is only through communication and much debate and often action that morals seem to change. And even then, the remnants of previous moral majorities still continue on. They still find use in those communities. So it's not that they're completely detrimental. It's that they were outcompeted by morals that were found to be more useful. As far as the claims of humanism, we haven't really had a stimulus event that would galvanize people for a humanist movement like Christianity has had. We haven't been adopted by an empire that already had vast holdings in much of the ancient world. We haven't had near the time that it would take. All your claims of what Christianity has done are untrue if you go back far enough. But look what time can do if enough people adopt it. You also don't address that the harms that Christianity has caused, and there's much debate over that as well. If we were living in an objectively moral universe, how could we have anything that we could describe as immoral? Would it even make sense to us if everyone held the same morals? What I'm saying is, would it even be physically possible to commit stuff like murder? Or if murder was moral, would it even be physically possible to see murder as immoral? Or have any other options?
We've got about 16 seconds left.
I'll just compete in my time. I'm just feeling my way forward.
You bet. Thank you very much, Adam, for your rebuttal. And with that, we will now move into the rebuttal from Praise. So, timer is set for 4 minutes on your first word, Praise.
Oh, yeah, it looks like Adam's arguments seem to me to be arguments from emotion. Well, God hasn't shown up, and I haven't seen him. That must mean he's not real, and that means that everything else is hardwired, and the universe is the decider of what I believe, and we're just robots. And that is, that is a terrible way of thinking. That is a flawed way of thinking. That is the humanist worldview. Under God, all people are created equal. In humanism, there is no such thing as equal. You would need an objective basis for that, and the Bible provides that. And we have this intrinsic, ability to understand that there are ethical things like you don't want to slave people, you don't want to mistreat them. And these are the moral oughts that Christianity can account for, and humanists cannot. And like I mentioned in my opening, that yes, evolution can account for the descriptive things, but they cannot account for the oughts. Why is this ought to be? Like, why shouldn't we ought to take care of babies and not boil them and torture them? So yeah, it just becomes like you're a meat robot under the humanist moral framework. I mean, in Christianity, the fruits of Christianity, I mean, I just go through all the statistics I mentioned. They're the most happiest. I mean, science verifies that, you know, God gives people purpose, and they have intrinsic purpose. And you know, and trying to follow the steps of Jesus Christ, it shows that people, you know, it has, you know, like you can see like it bears fruit, and then there's nothing in the humanist worldview that bears fruit, and it's very depressing. And then, you know, atheists commit the most suicide, like I mentioned. Um, so yeah, Adam really hasn't really, you know, covered why our morals the odds where's you know, where's why is things ought to be instead of is. So that's the point I want to make there. Let's see here. Yeah, and you know, like Christians provide the most philanthropic and health cares, and so I mean it's all right there in front of us that Christianity is the true worldview. I mean, that's the only thing I can say. That'll end my time right there.
Gotcha. And with that, we will now move to the closing statements. So we will go for 4-minute closings from each speaker. And Adam, I will start it on your first word.
All right. I just want to conclude that, again, I seem to have no problem debating with praise I am that I am, but I am that I am seems to be much less capable of presenting his own moral thoughts. I'm not even sure how a God could establish that their morals are objective, or that even if this God did support humanism or was against Christianity, either way, how would that lead credence that humanism was objectively true? We can obviously see defeaters to that in everyday life, that morals do not transcend our own opinions, that it is by historical events in our time that really stimulates people's change in their morals. So as far as oughts versus is, I think there are lots of oughts. That is a fact of what we have, the is. But they don't so easily translate to prescriptions, as we like to think in classical arguments. It's only trying to think of why I must say. It's only by reflecting on the past and teaching our next generations what we have learned that we seem to move our values anywhere.
I'll turn up the volume just a
Sorry,
little
I'm a
bit.
quiet speaker.
That's all right. And I'll give you your time back, so you'll have 1.5 minutes left. Go ahead.
As far as the claims that Christianity is all good, that's not necessarily true, since it doesn't seem to have much regard for bodily autonomy or informed consent, as much as many people who have had those values denied to them. And I think that's where humanism offers a path to improvement. Not necessarily the only path. I think there will always be dissonant values. But as long as we can find usefulness and survival and thriving in those values, then they can't necessarily be objectively wrong, and thus they can't be objectively right. It's just not how reality seems to function. With that, I think I'll just end.
Oh, this night's been a mess. I'm so sorry. I forgot to turn my audio on again. We are going to go into the Q&A after Praise has his final statement right now. This will be a 4-minute statement, closing statement from Praise, and then we'll go into the Q&A. So if you have a question, don't feel free to put @ModernDayDebate in the live chat and then ask your question. And in addition to that, if you want, you can do Super Chat, which allows you to also make a comment during the question and answer if you'd like. And we also automatically, all the Super Chats go to the top of the list. And also, we actually have a two-parter or a double-header tonight because we do have another debate that's going to be between Samuel and JR, and that's going to be on, basically on limited atonement. Did Jesus die for everybody? Or maybe not, maybe just some. So that's going to be an exciting one, and that will be coming up in maybe about roughly an hour. So that's going to be a blast, and not even an hour away. Last, Praise, thanks for your patience. The floor is yours. 4 minutes. I will start the clock on your first word.
In closing, I provided statistics and that show Christians have an intrinsic purpose, and humanists cannot have an intrinsic purpose. The universe provides no source of hope, and there's no foundation for anything. And history bears witness that reality cannot be a humanist invention because relativistic philosophies are self-refuting. Who is the final arbitrator of what's right and wrong? Who's to say moral monsters such as Stalin, Mao Zedong, or Pol Pot are any less moral than Gandhi? That is the tragedy of humanism, and that is humanists put their faith in other humans instead of the creator. This is a futile exercise because humans are very flawed and mutable. Conversely, Christianity provides a solid foundation of ethics that is immutable and transcendent via the 10 Commandments and the gospel of Jesus Christ. To love your enemy as yourself, you're supposed to even love our enemies. I mean, right there, that's an ethic that is unquestionably objective. And as Jeremiah 17:5 testified, cursed be those who put their trust and power in humans rather than the Lord. So yes, God even testified to this, that humanists are cursed because when you're without God, it's going to be tragic, and it's going to be a lot of terrible things that happen with humans. And without the fear of God and without an objective moral framework, there will never ever be anything that progresses in humans. So that's all I have to say with that.
Gotcha. Thanks so much. And with that, we will move into the question and answer period. So this will be a lot of fun. Stoked to have your guys' questions, and we've got for this about 15 minutes of Q&A. So I'm just going to start the clock for 15 minutes, and then we will get started with them. So first up, Super Chats. Thanks so much, Ronald Mendonca. We appreciate your Super Chat. He asks, or he says, for Praise, if God told you to kill Adam, would you do it? You know it's God, and he has a good reason, but hasn't told you what that is. So a kind of a thought experiment.
Yeah, this seems like the Euthyphro dilemma or something like that, but it's an incoherent question. The nature of God is wouldn't even do such a thing. I think he's probably even citing, where God told Abraham to kill his child or whatever. But it was just to test, Abraham's faith, or let Abraham know where his faith is, and it could even been a prophecy that led to Christ. So I think that's an incoherent question, and it contradicts the nature of God. So that's how I would answer that.
Gotcha. Thanks for that super chat.
If I may comment,
Yeah.
You can't engage in the hypothetical because then you'd have to actually test your own moral thoughts against an actual person giving theirs. In this case, God doesn't speak. You can put whatever thoughts you want. You can say he wouldn't do that. Well, it doesn't appear that he's as much of a person as you are to deny or affirm that fact.
Yeah, well, he's written his moral law in our hearts, so there's
Gotta
no
keep
excuse
on
for that.
going. I'm so sorry to keep on going, but just to go to the next, fit as many questions as we can. Lucifer Almighty had a question for praise. What about Christian humanists? Humanism has nothing to do with atheism.
It actually does, and all you have to do is go to philosophy.org. And that's another misrepresentation of the truth, and it defines humanists as atheists or agnostics. It's not Christian. That's another contradictory claim. So I just, I'll let it. I tell him to go to philosophy.org and check it out for himself.
Gotcha.
And I just add that, of course, you can be a Christian and a humanist. If God would affirm all humanism, would it make it any less humanist? No, you just have a God supporting it.
Gotcha. So next up, Nick J asked, question for both. How would each of you define humanism?
I'll let Adam, go first.
Okay. I'd say humanism is thinking through our own moral and ethical dilemmas without appeal to any supernatural or deity to back our morals. It's more concerned with our history and what we find worked and what hasn't for our well-being.
Gotcha. How about you, Praise?
It's just really humans playing God, and that's why that's why there's no such thing as a Christian humanist, because humans invoke themselves as the arbitrator of right and wrong and the sovereignty over the earth. So, yeah, it's just humans playing God to me. That's what I would answer that.
Gotcha. And with that, we have a next question, which is the Psycho One asks, hey James, a question for Praise for question time. How do you tell the difference between intrinsic meaning and the meaning you believe to be intrinsic?
Well, I think that moral realism answers that the oughts. There's definitely ontology with morality, and I think if you investigate the ontology of morals, that you can find intrinsic value in those. So, metaphysics, I think, answer that question.
Gotcha. Next, Think Club. Adam, good to see you. He asks, what is the humanist position on forgiving your enemies? Where does the humanist position on forgiving your enemies come from?
I'd ask what he entails by forgiving your enemies, but going off the assumption of he means something like in Christianity, I'd say it's for human cooperation. Forgiveness doesn't come without reparations for wrongs. I'd never imply that. As being apart from forgiveness, as far as where it comes from, I'd say it comes a lot from, again, our history. We go with what works. What hasn't has been disastrous. If we look at what led into World War II, I think a lot of that was because we decided harsh punishment was better than working to make Germany not in the future become our enemies. And yet we had an overarching Christian framework for that. Yet we didn't see forgiveness then.
Gotcha. And next up, hymn's sake. Question to Adam. Are humans special? If so, how?
How are we special? We're life. We have the capacity to think through very complex problems. But if you're saying special in that we can do whatever we want to the planet without consideration for our future generations or the generations of other life forms on this planet, no, I don't believe that. And I take that as a relative position because I know that not everyone holds to that. I hope to make my position more common because we live in a morally relativistic universe.
Gosh, I'm sorry. Okay, microphone on. I've never. Usually we don't have background noise here on a Friday night, but we're gonna survive it. Don't worry. Metal Slugs Master, thanks for your question. He asks, can you ask praise? What would differentiate a Christianity-informed action versus a humanist action if the actions both play out the same with equal outcome?
I mean, okay, I'm trying to answer understand that. Is he asking the distinction between an action that's caused by a Christian and a humanist or something? Is that what he's asking, or?
I think it's if a Christian, oh, excuse me, I've got to sneeze. A Christian and a humanist informed action, namely like an action that both moral theories would lead you to take, such that the actions maybe not being identical, but they actually lead to the equal outcome. He's asking, can you ask praise what would differentiate them in that case since they have the equal outcome?
Yeah, this is where, that's what I'm saying, intrinsic purpose. I would think you would have to steal from the Christian worldview, actually, because there's nothing in a humanist worldview that necessitates anything that is, to give charity, to be, nice to people. So I'm thinking that's actually kind of a it's a distorted argument, because I don't think that humanists can achieve what a Christian would do to the same level, or without stealing from the Christian worldview.
Gotcha. If you want to respond, Adam, you can.
Just to add, I don't think morals come in a vacuum. So, in my view, Christianity has stolen from past worldviews, but I don't really see the word stealing as helpful. We tend to build off of what we like. Why not to use something that has shown good results? It's authoritarian tendencies that I think we need to shake off.
Gotcha. Derek Cloud asks, thanks for that question, Derek. For praise, how is the assertion, quote unquote, God is good, not a tautology, if, quote unquote, good is defined in terms of God's nature?
Yeah, it is a tautology. It's I'm trying to understand that question. Yeah, I mean, like, to me, he just answered his own question. Yeah, it's his nature is a tautology. So it would be 100% true no matter what. Is he asking, like, how do we detect that? I'm not sure. I'm not sure I understand the question.
So I think he's saying if God is the very standard, or if goodness, moral goodness, is defined as God's nature, then it seems like to say God is good is a tautology. Because if you're saying that God is morally good, which I think that's what most people mean, it's like you're saying God is God. And so he's asking, like, how is that statement not a tautology?
Yeah, to me it is a tautology, and it's an axiom as well. So yeah, I mean, there's nothing that I would disagree about that.
Gotcha.
Can I follow up on that question?
Yes.
All right, praise. Has there ever been a dictator by their own standards who is not perfectly good?
By their own standard?
Yes, in that they're the one in power. They have declared themselves the objectively moral one you should follow. Does it to follow then that they are good?
No, because they are contingent beings. So anything, as long as anything is contingent, they cannot be the moral authority. That would be a delusion at best.
Next up, thanks so much. Skyout asked the question, how does Adam ground morality, and is that absolute in the absence of God?
I'm not sure how the presence of God would make it absolute. We can already see that people act contrarily to whatever moral standards we can posit. It would then follow that, yes, it is, yes, morality is relative to the person you ask, including whatever God may support, whatever morality.
Gotcha. Next, we have a question from Kuhn. Thanks for your question. He asks, question for Adam, what makes humanism better than Shintoism?
I don't claim to speak for all humanists, and I don't know much about Shintoism. I only claim to support what I know about. I'll look into it.
Gotcha. And with that, we actually only have 18 seconds left. So basically, we just want to say thank you for attending this mini debate. This is something that we're trying out. So give us feedback if you're like, hey, that was awesome. Or if you're like, hey, I don't like it when it's so short. I want more. Let us know, because we're kind of like experimenting with adding these on at the start of the full-length debates. Basically, just because we know that debaters are really busy. And to commit in a whole hour and a half can be hard, and also to commit basically, if you're going to commit instead of, not only is it the time that you're debating, but also the preparation time. If you're able to cut it down to a 45-minute debate, it not only cuts the debate time in half, but potentially can cut the prep time in half. So let us know if you're interested. If you're like, hey, I'd like to try one. We are curious to see how this goes. So we definitely enjoyed this. I want to say thanks so much to the speakers who, as I mentioned, their links.
Thank you, Adam.
Thanks, Praise. I just want to say I think these short debates are fine for a first one, and if I have any more, my work schedule definitely does not allow a lot of prep time for these, but I enjoyed what I had.
Yeah, likewise.
You got it. Well, we appreciate you guys coming on, and as mentioned, if those of you who are watching, we have a full-length debate with Samuel and JR coming right up, as in I'm going to start prepping for it immediately after. So thank you all for being here. Thanks for your great questions. Reminder that the speakers have their links in the description so you can check them out. And with that, just want to say, keep sifting out the reasonable from the unreasonable. Take care. Hey everybody, today we are debating Christian ethics versus the ethics of our good friend Raging Atheist, and we're starting right now. Very excited to have you here, everybody, for this superb debate. So we have two gentlemen here who have got some energy. They've got some gusto. You know, they're still young and spry. They're excited about these debates, which makes it extra fun. And with our debate today, I want to say thanks to our debaters. First of all, we have to, acknowledge their willingness to give up their time to get in the hot seat as well, and just sharing all the different stuff that they read and all that. So. We want to say thanks for coming on, Praise I Am That I Am, and Raging Atheist. We appreciate you both coming on.
Yep, thank you.
You betcha.
Likewise.
Absolutely. And in addition, if you are new here, feel free to hit that subscribe button. We're trying to grow an eclectic community. Basically, we want as much ideological diversity as possible. So whether you be an atheist, a Christian, a Scientologist, whatever you are, we're glad you're here, and we hope that we get to hear you in the live chat, sharing your ideas, or in the comments. We want to have as many new ideas here as possible. So with that, we're going to quick talk about an upcoming debate really fast. So this is about our good friends, Inspiring Philosophy and Tom Jump. Very skilled debaters, and that is coming up Wednesday, February 27th. Don't want to miss it. Inspiring Philosophy, I'm sure most of you probably heard of him. And then Tom Jump, you've probably heard of him by now, especially if you've been hanging around this channel for a while. But in addition to that, Tom Jump kind of was like this dark horse that came out of nowhere, and it was like, wow, this guy's been reading a ton, and he's really quick on his feet. So that's going to be an exciting one. And then last, we want to mention BeTheMatch.org. This is a nonpartisan charity, basically a bone marrow donor registry. Not Christian, not atheist, just nonpartisan, looking for bone marrow donors so that you can potentially save a life. They don't want your money. Basically, if you donate your bone marrow, they will cover your medical expenses, and from there, you will, it's true, it'll be probably a very painful process, but you will save a life, hopefully. That's the hope, is that it'll be as good of a match as the computers turn up. So I've had a couple of friends who have already gotten to do that, donating their bone marrow to save a life. So, highly encourage you to check out Be the Match if you haven't heard of them yet. Now, we are going to get started. I'm really excited, as I mentioned. We have got a short and sweet one tonight, and so that's why I want to jump right into this. We are going to have open discussion, and we're going to let Praise, or forgive me, it's Raging Atheist is going to start first, and he's just going to kind of explain his kind of ethical system. If you will, I'll let him explain it in his own words. But before we kick that off, I want to really quick just to acknowledge that the speakers' links are in the description. So if you are like, hey, I've never heard of this person, or maybe you're like, yeah, I've heard of them enough, like, I want to go check out their stuff. So, hey, this is your chance. Their links are conveniently chilling out in the description, and we highly encourage you to check them out no matter what side you're on. Even if you disagree, at least you can hear their case straight from them. So, we will now ask the debaters just what they've been up to at their channel, if they want to share for maybe 30 seconds. And we'll start with Praise. We appreciate you coming back on. And Praise, I Am That I Am, what have you been up to at your channel?
Well, firstly, I want to thank you, James, for being a great host and having this opportunity with my opponent to discuss ethics. And the purpose of my channel is to defend the Bible against malicious lies that are perpetuated by the oppositions to Christianity, such as slavery in the Bible, rape, genocide, etc. I also do other apologetics as well, too.
You bet. We're stoked to have you here, and interesting channel. By the way, it's interesting coincidence that IP, who we mentioned earlier, that's how I learned about your channel. So,
Oh, wow.
yeah, next. Raging Atheist, we're totally stoked to have you here, getting in the hot seat, and this is your first time, and that's why it's an especially extra special time. A lot of special. So, if you want to share what you've been up to, thanks for coming on, buddy.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm Nakasuchi. That is a real name that I have taken. Went through a name ceremony in Cherokee, North Carolina to get it. I do have a white Christian name that I don't use on YouTube. But you can find me at The Raging Atheist, and I do attack Christianity and what I see as lies and immorality in the Christian religion.
You bet. Well, we appreciate your frankness. So he's not hiding anything. He's transparent, and we appreciate that. So with that, we will jump right into the discussion. So we will go for, it's going to be a quick one, folks. We got to be done for sure by 9:15 Eastern. Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, great. So we will go for like roughly 53 minutes open discussion, and then a quick like 12 or so minute Q&A. Sorry that's short, but I promise it's going to be great. So we will let Raging Atheist open it up. Thanks for being here again.
Oh yeah, thanks for having me. I'm really excited to be on Modern Day Debate. I watch your show. Big fan. I like what you're doing here. I like the fact that you bring in different ideologies and worldviews to combat each other in a positive way. My personal morality is my own. For me, I'm kind of blind coming into the debate. I do want to thank Praise for wanting to debate me. Didn't know he even I was on his radar. So, but my personal morality comes from my own life experience. I do claim to be what I am. I'm the Raging Atheist. I'm going to attack you if I can. I'm not going to be the nice atheist that's going to try to use the intelligent debate points. I'm going to go low, and I'm going to be proud of it. And I do this because, in my opinion, for hundreds of years, Christians did worse to us. And I know that's going to probably trigger my opponent here, but you can just look at the Spanish Inquisition, the European witch hunts. You can look at hearsay laws and how atheists were being burned at the stake. So I think me calling atheists the names that theists the names that I call them is kind of, nowhere near in scope. But I do admit that most atheists probably wouldn't like my approach. I am who I am. I'm very aggressive. I'm very alpha with everything I do. And that's just me. And I don't run from it. If I'm wrong, I try to admit that I'm wrong. But I'm not afraid to call out what I see as idiocy.
You bet. And praise I am that I am.
Okay, as a Christian, when it comes to ethical debates, I, as well as many other Christians, are thrilled to engage with this kind of topic, because I feel the Christian worldview is unparalleled and lopsided in the Christian's favor when it comes to competing worldviews regarding metaethics. This debate will be a great illustration of whose worldview is superior and whose worldview isn't. I'm going to demonstrate the Christian worldview is the only worldview that is justified in grounding metaethics in altruism. I will also show the Bible is a transcendent source of morality and altruistic principles. The atheistic worldview can easily be eliminated as a source of metaethics and altruism because there is no possible foundation to ground ethical principles with. The atheist has to concede their moral framework can be reduced to molecules in motion because natural processes are incapable of generating moral ontology, and that's the point. Non-material principles cannot be extracted from material. In fact, morals are metaphysical, and the word metaphysical itself literally means above physics. The universe certainly cannot endow atheists with any type of moral autonomy, so it has to come from a transcendent source. Ultimately, metaethics becomes exclusively a theistic matter because physics nor evolution are relevant with ethics. To appeal to evolution to account for moral values is a futile exercise because, as even several popular materialists have noted, that evolution is an untenable source of morality. Thomas Nagel states, evolutionary naturalism implies that we shouldn't take any of our convictions seriously, including the scientific world picture on which evolutionary naturalism itself depends. And that's from What Does It All Mean? A very short introduction to philosophy, page 100. Michael Roos comments as well. It is in an important sense, ethics as we understand it is an illusion fobbed off by our genes to get us to cooperate. Ethical codes work because they drive us to go against our selfish day-to-day impulses, favor of long-time group survival and harmony. Furthermore, the way our biology forces our ends is making us think that there is an objective higher code that we all are subject. Ethics is a shared illusion to the human race, and that's Evolution and Ethics, New Scientist, page 5152. You know, Sam Harris speaks about rape and evolution. There's nothing more natural than rape. Human beings rape, chimpanzees rape, gargantuans rape. Rape clearly is part of an evolutionary strategy to get genes into the next generation. If you're a male, and that's ABC Radio National, the Religion Report, Science Fatwa, Part 2, and it's December 20th, 2006. You can check that out. And as far as any other gods or religions outside of Christianity go, they fall pitifully short because, for one, love is part of the eternal nature of God. God embodies love, 1 John 4:7-8. His eternal moral nature is flawless, Matthew 5:48. And he himself is an eternal non-physical being, John 4:24. If you add all these characteristics together, it is clear that God is the only justification of morality and altruism. Moreover, his loving nature is the paragon of all altruism because his love is unconditional and sacrificial. Other gods and faiths are incompetent when it comes to justifying a basis for metaethics. Okay.
Just so Raging Atheist has, in case it's hard to remember all those different points, forgive me. I want to just be sure that, given that it's a discussion forum,
okay,
that it's short and pithy. But I don't mean to. Forgive me for cutting in.
Okay, I'll try to shorten it up here in the very last part.
You bet.
Okay, I'm going to make the point. The Bible is in its own class when it comes to the golden rule because it could be argued, that the biblical golden rule transcends and is distinct from all other religions and philosophies because it is intrinsically non-reciprocal, which means God expects us to not only love others as ourselves, Leviticus 19 and 34, but to return love to those who don't deserve it. And C.S. Lewis's quote captures this perfectly. He says, love is never wasted. for its value does not rest upon reciprocity. So I'll end with that there.
You bet. Thank you
All
for
right.
bringing that in. So we'll go into the open, organic discussion.
Awesome. Yeah, that was a lot of emphasis in that word salad. Probably put a lot of time into it. Probably researched it. And it's just what I said it is. It's a bunch of word salad that means nothing. Ethics are based on what you do, not what you say. You talk about the golden rule. I don't need a 2,000-year-old Bible to tell me that I'm not going to murder somebody because I don't want to be murdered. I'm not going to cause pain to somebody because I don't want to feel pain. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you is a nonsensical, common sense approach to life. I don't need to be guided to that. I'm smart enough to do it by myself. So everything you just said, complete garbage. I go based upon my life and my actions. For example, it's pretty well known that I have maybe you don't know this, but I have a running feud with a guy named Matt Powell. Now, if you don't know who Matt Powell is, he is a Christian who calls for the death of homosexuals, who calls for the death of people that cheat on their wives, and who calls for the death of disobedient children. Now, that doesn't go towards his ethics. He's playing with that. What goes towards his ethics is his dishonesty, his approach to the conversation, the fact that he's willing to misedit me, where I, the atheist, wasn't willing to do that. I was very open. I showed everything unedited from our conversation, and yet he made a movie called Science Falsely So Called, where he completely misrepresents me, completely misedits me, makes me look like a fool, and then when I call him out on it, all he has is excuses and begs me to stop making videos on him. Ethics is about what you do, not about what you say.
Okay, but you have to justify a basis for your ethics. They're not arbitrary. Do you have any justification for your ethics?
My justification is my own. I'm not going to go out and harm people because I don't want to be harmed. I'm going to do right by people in my life because I want them to do right by me. I don't need some imaginary sky god to tell me to do that.
Well, I can invoke the same type of logic and just say, well, God tells me and that makes it right. No, you need some kind of justification to ground that.
I think the fact that you need God to tell you to do that is pretty ridiculous.
Well, I think that's kind of a straw man. We don't need God to tell us that, but it reminds us that we should follow him what he says, though, because he is transcendent. His love is transcendent. His moral nature is transcendent to us, so we should. It's prescriptive. It has nothing to do like with what you're trying to make it out to sound like.
Like what? Like what you do in your life and with your actions? That's ethics.
Yeah, it's like God like you're trying to make it sound like, well, God interferes with us. He's like a big meanie that's trying to control us. That is a
That's not what I'm saying at all. I don't believe in God. I don't think he's a big meanie. I think he's a big non-existent nothing.
Okay, but could you have any justification, though, to ground your ethics with? That's what I keep asking you. And how could you ground something that's metaphysical with something physical?
Again, word salad. I don't even know what that means, dude. This is it right here. All right. I don't go trolling on the internet. I don't go saying disrespectful things to people just to get a stir out of them. I do that on my YouTube channel. I'm not going to lie about that. But I'm not a troll. I show my face. I'm here for the world to see. That's called ethics.
Okay.
That's called integrity.
Do you believe in the scientific method?
Yes.
Okay. Can you find the ethic of not murdering people in a test tube? Can you extract it, or can you find it in a telescope? Can you find it in a scientific beaker? You're not going to find ethics in scientific methods.
I never said you would. I said that you find ethics based upon how you live your life.
Well, where does it come from, though? That's the point I'm making.
It comes from, to begin with, your parents, how they raise you. If I didn't have a dad that raised me right, I'd be completely different. It doesn't have anything to do with God.
Where do they come from?
Nothing at all.
Where do they get it from?
From their parents. And
Where
they
do
got
they
it
get
from
it
their
from?
parents before them and their parents before them, all the way back.
It's just regresses.
Back
And where did
10,000
and then
years
where did they
before there
get it?
was ever a God.
Where did the first ape or human being, or if you believe in evolution, where did they get it from?
I don't know. I wasn't there. Neither was you. You're gonna sit here and pretend to know, but you wasn't there.
What I'm showing is I'm eliminating your method.
No, you're not.
It's you have no justification. And once I eliminate what
Neither do you.
I do, though, because they're, by definition, they are above physics. So that means it's already transcendent right there. You have to concede that.
No, it's more word salad to me. I don't have to concede nothing. All I can do is go based upon what I see. Like personally, the situation with Matt Powell, he was dishonest. I wasn't. That's something that can be tested. You can look at it. All I have to do is look at you and your little group of people to see that you're unethical. All I have to do is watch your apologetics on slavery. Like you yourself sit here and say it's not slavery, it's an indentured servitude, as if that's a good thing. My ethics doesn't allow me to take somebody as an indentured servant just because God says it's okay. That's not ethical to me.
So you're saying working is not ethical?
I'm saying what?
Are you saying laboring is unethical?
I'm saying indentured servitude. That's
not
all
laboring. It is.
No, it's
not. They
are
working off debts.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. They're working off debts. That's all they were doing.
And this is your apologetics, but that's cool. I mean, if you're cool with slavery and indentured servitude or whatever,
you're just
cool.
imposing
but
your
the
own
test is this: would you be willing to do it yourself?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm sure you would not.
To not become poor, yes, I would become destitute. They were trying to not become destitute.
Oh yeah, that's ridiculous. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous.
So staying destitute is not ridiculous.
Through the indentured servitudes, that you want to call it indentured servitudes. Let's not forget that Dr. Josh schooled you on what it really was.
Oh,
you want to call it indentured servitude, right?
Yeah.
You would not go and put yourself through that. I guarantee it.
I guarantee I would. I guarantee it.
Say you would, but it's a lie. I mean,
yeah,
anybody knows.
Indentured servitude was grounded in the Golden Rule, which actually is the Bible's Golden Rule. It has nothing to do with the law or the general Golden Rule, because it's the law of reciprocity.
Oh yeah,
and even the Bible shows that we're not even supposed to even.
You can beat him until he's not. You can beat him, just don't kill him. That's the Golden Rule. I mean, to me, that is not the Golden Rule, and you can justify it all you want. I'm the wrong dude. I'm not going to.
That's a non sequitur. That's not. We're talking about a judgment of a criminal that was judged through a criminal process.
Welcome to the Raging Atheist, yo. You wanted it. You asked for it. I didn't ask for this.
No, I know. I'm just showing you that your worldview is unjustifiable. You have nothing that's justified.
I find it hilarious that you are attacking my worldview. Who? I mean, I watched it. I watched what Dr. Josh did. He was more than courteous to you, try to give you every benefit of the doubt, and then you just
Isn't this like a non sequitur, though, James? I mean, are we talking about like the issue at hand?
You guys are going to attack
Dr. Josh have to do with this?
and Skylar Fiction nonstop.
Look
your
at my last video of Skylar Fiction.
My integrity, where I'm here showing my face and you're a fiddle minger. I mean, that's ethics. That's showing that's being proud of who you are and not backing away from it. I mean, I don't think you understand what ethics are. I mean, I think you have all these definitions.
At least I can ground ethics. You can't even ground anything. You can't even ground rationality, because all you are is molecules in motion.
According to
you. Robot.
When did
according to me? No, according to your worldview. Everything.
So you know my worldview. How do you know my worldview?
Because you're a materialist. You're a materialist. I mean, that naturally follows.
Watched any of my videos?
You're an atheist. What else could you be?
Exactly. So we're all the same. Just like all you Christians are Matt Powell. Just like all Christians are you and your red pill religion quack. I mean, it's ridiculous. The hatred that's.
All I see is ad hominems. You're showing how low your worldview is, what you are.
I'm the raging atheist. I'm
morality.
Nothing else. I am me.
Are you proud of your atheistic morality or what?
Hell yeah, I am. Fuck yeah. Oh, excuse me. Yes, I am. I'm very
Enough
proud that I
said.
broke away from that hatred. I'm very proud that I stand in opposition to hatred. You know, you guys like to sit there.
Opposition. You're doing it yourself. You're
One
doing
of
it.
the things that
All you are doing is just perpetuating
second.
hatred right
one of
now.
the things
Let's
that
just
I
hear him out.
love most about what you've said recently is how you and Max, whatever his name is how the Christian community is the one that gave gay rights. You take
Yeah.
away from actual history, and I am in the one that's standing in direct opposition of Christians calling for the death of homosexuals. I'm the one that's standing in opposition of Matt Powell, not you. So while you're defending your Christian religion, trying to put what Christians are doing on us atheists, I stand in direct opposition of what's really going on.
Yeah, it's this arbitrary, though. You have no justification for anything you say or do.
I don't have God as a justification.
You have
I
zero
am my
justification.
I am responsible for
Circular. I mean, I can say that the moon is your justification. I mean, it's
I just said that I am my justifications. See, this is what you do. You like to put words in people's mouths, and you like
No,
to like
it's
you
just
know
arbitrary.
Me. You
All
don't know me, dude. You don't know me at all. You haven't
It's
even watched
circular.
my videos. All you see is the raging atheist, and you assume you know me. I mean, that right there shows you the type of person you are.
I seen your class of morality when you tried to attack Standing for Truth. I thought it was pretty low.
I invited Standing for Truth onto my channel, and when he attacked,
You cussed him out
I'm
for
the
no reason.
raging atheist. Why you
Because-
butthurt about it?
One second.
Because you
gentlemen.
were incredulous.
Hold on 1 second, guys. I hate to. If we just re-steer more toward the like kind of ethical
Right, that's
theory,
what I was hoping. I thought we're
Um,
talking about ethics here.
we want to be as laissez-faire as possible, so kind of let you guys wander the field as much as, or not wander, but explore the field, the moral field as much as possible. But in this case, I think it's like if we steer it
Right.
back just a little
Well,
bit.
I mean, my whole point is it's funny to me that I'm getting trolled about my ethics by internet trolls, because that's what you guys are. I mean,
Well, if we-
that's why
what
you
if
don't
I
show
say
your
you're
face,
projecting?
right? I mean, you don't show your
What if you're
face. You
projecting?
can't be proud of what you say.
You're projecting.
Yes, I am. I'm proud of it too.
Okay, yeah. I'm glad
Just
you
like
admitted
you
that.
projected onto me that I'm an atheist like everybody else. So you do it too. Don't pretend you don't. Everything you do is
I don't need to project. There's nothing
Yeah, you
that I'm.
already did, dude.
Oh, brother.
I mean, I don't. You should have watched my videos. You wouldn't have been surprised.
How about,
Well, I mean, I would like to touch more on this golden rule, though. Is that okay?
Let's do it.
Okay. I mean, the biblical golden rule is not reciprocal, which is what you say you should treat other people the way you want to be treated. Well, the Bible's golden rule is actually greater than that, because it's unconditional. Even if someone, like right now, what you're showing to me is hatred,
it say?
and that's with well, Jesus said you should love your enemy, and that's part of the golden rule. And
I love all my enemies. I just had a great conversation with Brett Keane. We went for a whole month back and forth, dissing each other, and I was able to have a really good conversation with an enemy.
But do you love your enemy, though?
I love every human being. I'm a humanist. Even the people that I attack, girl defined. I don't like their religion. I don't like the stuff they push out, but I love them as human beings. Matt Powell, I see that there's hope for Matt Powell. I think he can be redeemed. And I'm not saying become an atheist. I'm just saying become a less atrocious Christian, not calling for the death of homosexuals. I think people can be redeemed. Yes, I have hope for people, but that's not going to stop me from calling out the idiocy. It's not.
Right. But I'm trying to show you this was written thousands of years ago, and God demands this from people. So how could you even say anything?
Well, why was it written
How could
thousands
you
of years ago?
demonize anything in the scriptures or the Bible? I mean, you have.
Why
all
would
this
God choose this
negative-
little area 2,000 years ago and not wait for the modern world? Or why doesn't he show himself now? I mean, he could solve this whole God question right now.
But then what's the point of reality then?
Oh, I mean, here's your apologetics. I mean, what's the
But
point of reality?
But
I
that's
mean,
the
what's the
I'm
point of
trying to
reality
make.
with God? I mean, what's the point of reality with God not showing himself and then, I doubt his existence because I've never seen him, and yet I'm wrong and my ethics are screwed. I've already shown you how, in my opinion, based on actual fact and history, how I do have ethics when approaching fellow theists or theists even people like you. Like, I don't even know who you are. All I've seen is your one appearance on Skylar Fiction. I have no idea who you are. I don't dislike you. I just dislike the crap you say.
Okay.
And I definitely dislike the attacks on Shannon Q. I don't like that. Straight up.
Okay, but I'm trying to show you though that the Bible is the source of all morality, and
well, I mean, and I'm trying to show you if the Bible is the source of all morality, and and that is the consequence of that is a bunch of internet trolls attacking a woman on the internet who's supposed to be these God-fearing, loving Christians. I don't see it.
Yeah, I mean, but whatever, it has nothing to do with the source of the Bible, though. Whatever, that's called what they call a genetic fallacy. Just because people do something bad in the name of something doesn't actually make it itself bad.
I agree. I am not.
Okay.
I don't stand in opposition to all Christians. I think there are plenty. I just said it last night with Brett Keane. My dad is a Christian and he's a good dude, and I love him fiercely. My beef isn't with Christianity. It's with the Matt Powells of the world and people like you that's going to push untruth. That's going to sit here and justify slavery. I mean, it's disgusting.
But there is no such thing as slavery in the first place.
According to you. But I mean, all right, even say you're right about that, which you're not. But say you are, right? It doesn't matter because most of the people that read that book read it the way we say about slavery. They see it. You know, most people aren't going to seminary school to get the fine tunings of what the meaning is. They're going by what they're told. Guzman is a 12-year-old boy preaching hate against homosexual people because he was told that by adults like Matt Powell and Steven Anderson and his parents.
Right, but that's just ignorance, and that you can't use that as a weapon. And you know,
Sure,
like Josh and like Skylar, they're trying to use their ignorance as a weapon. And
I mean, for you to say Dr. Josh, who is actually a scholar on the subject, is ignorant, I mean, is ludicrous.
I've showed it over and over. I mean, right now that's like
your appearance on that show was a joke, dude. It was.
Yeah, I mean, the host was a joke, but I thought this. I mean, can we really get back to the issue at hand, though?
Please, I'm waiting for you to tell me how my ethics are bad and yours is good when you're the internet troll and I'm shitting.
Well, I just did. I mean,
showing my face to the world.
You're morally bankrupt. You have no justification.
Morally bankrupt. Yeah, I'm sitting here showing my face to the world and you're hiding behind Fiddleminger.
But that doesn't mean you can justify that, though.
Well, I don't need a justification. That's evidence.
What basis do you have to even claim anything as ethical or
what basis do you have, dude? I mean, like,
I've shown over and over.
I don't understand your question. I have ethics and I've shown that, right? I've shown it. So what are you talking about?
I can justify my morality in the nature of God. That's perfect. It's flawless, and I've showed
the nature of God, the same God that killed every living thing on this planet. Because
oh yeah, I mean, I've heard that before. I mean, your stigmatization and bigotry, but that's not an argument.
I'm talking about the global flood, dude. The global flood where
that's a straw man argument. I don't even believe in a global flood. I can actually disprove a global flood.
I don't believe in a global flood, but you're the Christian.
I never said that, and it's a global flood isn't exclusive to all Christians. That's another straw man argument.
No, it's kind of in your Bible.
No, actually the word earth can mean a piece of land. It can mean a territory. I mean, you got to learn what the manuscripts and these words in the Hebrew mean. This is what I was talking about.
Why would I have to learn?
Tyler didn't even know what an LXX is. This is pure ignorance with atheists. That's the point I'm trying to make here.
Whatever, you call it what you want. I'm saying it's pure ignorance on your part. You're going to sit here and deny what the Bible actually says, and then you're going to go against scholars.
Well, I'm denying your interpretation of the Bible.
I mean, that's unethical in my opinion. You know, I mean, I have shown my ethics. You are the one attacking my ethics, not the other way around.
No, what you're doing is stealing.
You about the shitty things you guys were doing.
No, what you're doing is you're stealing from my ethical standards.
How am I stealing anything from you? I don't know you.
All morality is grounded in God. You can't say anything contrary to that.
That's pure idiocy. It's pure idiocy.
Prove it then. Prove it.
It's easy to prove because humans have been around longer than God, dude. Our natural state is atheism.
You know, God is eternal,
10,000 years ago. We've been here for at least 60.
subjective. I'm sure people like Standing for Truth could easily destroy that claim, but
I'm sure they could. You
so
just have to go against what science says.
you can see how weak and fallible your ethical standard is. There's nothing justifiable about it.
Just because you say a thing doesn't make me see a thing. I mean, I take anything that you say because you have actually proven yourself to be unethical, I take as a grain of salt. You sitting here attacking my ethics is actually the biggest compliment that I could have. It's the biggest compliment you could give me. Because I've proven mine. You haven't nothing.
So when Jesus said, "Love your enemy" in Matthew 5:44, are you saying that is immoral?
One, I don't care what Jesus said. I don't think he existed. Two, I don't need Jesus to tell me to love my enemy.
But you are arguing that the Bible is immoral, though, and you're making all these claims.
So what? The Bible is immoral.
Well, I'm destroying your argument here. You don't even see what I'm doing.
You're cherry picking verses, which is not something I came prepared to do.
I'm the one that's cherry picking.
Defend my morality, So I mean, yeah, you're cherry picking verses. You are. This is what you do.
So just so we can, it's true that we're more so looking to focus in on Raging Atheist ethical system. We can probably, if it's possible, to shift a little bit, turn left just a little bit. That way we can, because we've been exploring a lot of territory, which is definitely no problem. At the same time, we definitely want to still get to talk about, you could say, the promised topic. So we'll kind of like, maybe if Raging Atheist, if you'd like, we can give you time to kind of unpack it. Otherwise, if you feel like you're kind of like, oh yeah, I kind of feel like I've unpacked it well enough to where now I'm ready to defend it against objections, the discussion could go that way too, whatever you prefer.
I mean, I am who I am. I think I've demonstrated that I have ethics. All you have to do is go on my channel, watch my Matt Powell videos, watch his stupid movie called Science Falsely So Called, compare the two, and see where the atheist was ethical with his edits and what he put out for the world to see, and how the Christian wasn't. I've shown my ethics. So, I mean, for this person that has admitted that he's not even watched my videos to come and attack my ethics, I find it ludicrous. I mean, so that's the only unpacking that I need.
I'm not saying that you don't have any ethics. I'm saying you have no basis for ethics.
Well, I mean, that's what you're saying.
And you have the burden of proof. You have the burden of proof to demonstrate that.
I have demonstrated far more than you have. Like, you demonstrate how God gave you ethics, because I've demonstrated how my parents gave me mine.
And then what gave it to them?
Their parent. We've been through over
this. It just regresses. That's the point I'm trying to make. You have to come
stupid
to
fucking point.
Okay, what do you think about Sam Harris's quote? Want me to read that to you?
I love Sam Harris. Go for it.
There's nothing more natural than rape. Human beings rape. Chimpanzees rape.
As much as I love Sam Harris, I disagree with him. I mean, well, but to the extent he's right. Like, you look in nature, shit does rape. We're humans. We have ascended above that. We have a sentient mind, and our society determines what's right and wrong. And our society has determined that rape is wrong. And you don't even really need society for that. I would ascertain. All you need is morality.
So when the Nazis society determined to kill Jews, was their society right?
Oh, here we go. I mean, you really want to talk about the Nazis?
This is what I'm trying to show you. Everything you do is arbitrary. There's no justification for anything you say.
This is coming from somebody that claims that Hitler wasn't a Christian; he was an atheist, even though Hitler only claimed Christianity, never claimed. I mean, come on.
Yeah, and he probably hated Christianity.
Let's stay on topic here, because you're deliberately getting off topic.
It's ridiculous.
I mean, seriously, I mean, you're gonna you sit here and claim that Hitler is an atheist when you have no.
I never
proof.
said that. I'm talking about
maybe it was your boy,
the Nazi society.
But you was on the show that he was screaming it at the top of his lungs.
Yeah, but probably he hated Christianity anyway, and he killed clergymen. He killed many Catholic clergymen as well.
And that's also why the top 3 Christian leaders in Germany supported him. That's why he was raised Catholic. Now, I know what Hitler did and what he was planning on doing, and he was planning on creating Nazism as a religion. And you're right, he was planning on persecuting the Christians. but that doesn't take away from the fact that he claimed Christianity
But
his entire
everything is
life.
relative. Your moral standard is relative. You have no justification to say your morality is better than Hitler's. That's the point.
Neither do you.
I do, though.
How?
Because it can be grabbed into the
And
moral.
I can say my morality is better than Hitler. You know why? I haven't killed any Jews, dude.
Subjective.
I haven't tried to take over the world.
Arbitrary.
I haven't tried to push my shit on everybody else. For you, how is my ethics the same as Hitler's? I mean, you're sitting here comparing fucking Hitler.
Prove it is better than Hitler's. Give me some kind of justification for that.
I'm not gonna lower myself to answer that bullshit. Compare me to Hitler. Go fuck yourself.
Okay, gentlemen, let's if we return to the moral theory,
we're talking ethics here, and dude's comparing me to Hitler. Come on.
No, I'm just asking you to justify
You're
how.
comparing me to Hitler. I made my opinion.
Well, can you prove your morality is better than Hitler's? Give me some kind of basis.
Can you?
I do. The moral nature of God.
Told you. Yes, my morality is better than Hitler's. I haven't killed Jews today. Proof. Fucking proof. Sorry.
But there's no justification, though.
Oh my
you have
God.
any justification behind that?
For you have proven less ethics than me. So prove that you're not Hitler, dude.
For one, meta ethics are not even physical; they are immaterial.
Word salad bullshit. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, just because you say it's the word salad, I mean that doesn't negate what I'm saying.
Everything you say is negated by your idiocy. I mean, I can't even take you seriously now. I just can't even take you. This is beyond the pale. This is exactly like everybody told me not to do this. Your little group is atrocious. All of you.
Yeah, but we still care about your soul. We want you to be saved.
Compare me to Hitler.
We want you to be saved in the eternal kingdom of God. And that's what
I could care less.
We do not hate you.
I could care less. Oh yeah, you don't hate that. That's why you attack atheists nonstop. That's why you sat here and admitted that you
never. I don't attack them personally. I don't attack them personally.
I am worse than any atheist you have ever met.
No, I've seen a lot worse though.
This is not doing.
You don't intimidate me. I mean, I'm not afraid of you. I actually, as all Christians do, we care for your soul. We want you to be saved.
Oh, that's why you troll people nonstop and you attack Shannon Q in sexual manners and just nasty ways. Maybe not you, but your boys.
I don't know about my boy. I don't even know who you're talking about, really. But
come on, Max and Apologist Supreme and all these dudes, man. Come on, it's all over Twitter.
And you asked me for a justification. Well, actually, the biblical's golden rule is applicable at all places, at all times, and for all peoples. So there you go. There's my justification right there.
Oh yeah, that's great justification. More word salad.
No, I mean, if it's an argument for incredulity from you, then I don't know what to tell you.
How long you been writing this stuff down?
I just whatever comes to my mind, maybe. Like
it sounds like it. It's dude, I do research. I know when somebody's reading from something. Come on.
It's my own stuff. I don't copy it for anyone.
Yep.
So I've justified where my morality comes, but you have not.
You've justified a horrible Bible and you apologize for it.
But that's just
if your morality comes from the Bible, I don't take you seriously.
Well, I mean that's your problem, not mine. But,
but you're having the same problem though, aren't you? You don't know me, and yet you're attacking. You're sitting here, the one attacking me, not the other way around.
Not you personally. I'm attacking your ideology.
No, this whole debate was about my morality, my ethics. I mean, that's what this debate is about.
Your worldview, yes, it's terrible.
According to you, I think my worldview is great.
You have no hope. You have no justification for anything.
People should be discriminated against because they love other people. I don't think people should be discriminated
against
because they don't believe in a God. Your religion had hearsay laws burning people like me to death, and you're going to be mad because we call you out for it?
Yeah, but that's a straw man argument.
It's true, dude.
It is. That's not true, because the Bible, you have to understand doctrines of
You're
Christianity.
denying history now. Straight up denying history. The hearsay laws that led to
That's a genetic
the
fallacy.
death
though.
of
Whatever people
thousands of
do, and whatever people do, it has nothing to do with the source of where it's coming from. Please
It
learn
has
what a genetic
everything
fallacy
to do with the
is.
source.
No,
Everything
it
to do
doesn't.
with the source.
It's just
You think
ignorance.
Aunt Pao would hate gay people if the Bible wasn't telling them to hate them?
The Bible doesn't say that.
Sure it does. It calls them abomination.
No, the act itself is an abomination.
The act is what the hell? Seriously.
Right.
Seriously.
This is what I'm saying. This ignorance is
Ignorance.
rampant in
Yeah,
in
you're right.
atheism.
This ignorance is palpable.
Yeah, but I'm trying to help you out here.
No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. Don't. I mean, that's just disingenuous. Come on.
Yeah, and you're just in the clutches of nihilism, and and like if you look at the history of nihilism through communist countries, like atheistic communist countries like Russia, there's nothing that's ever came good out of atheism. There's no successful society.
I really love how it's always got to go to what Stalin's Russia, right? Because Stalin didn't.
But they're atheists. I mean, there's a gold standard of atheism.
Strong man for everybody to worship. I'm not going to sit here and deny that communist Russia was not atheist. It was, but you cannot put the actions of that government on atheism. That's just historically.
Atheism, I can, but not atheist. You're right. I cannot.
Not on atheism. The movement was communist, not atheist.
No, it was inherently atheistic, though, and even Lenin, Marx, they plainly said it. They, in their own words, they said atheism is the the heart of their ideology.
It was the heart of the you're right, the ideology, but it wasn't communism. Stalin didn't do those horrible things because he was an atheist. Stalin did those horrible things. He was a ruthless dictator, and he had
that's what atheism.
No, you can point to just as many Christian ruthless dictators that have done is equally as atrocious things.
Can you name some? Just give me some.
Hitler.
I can use that's easily debunked in his private.
Hitler claimed Christianity his entire life. He said he was
propaganda, man. That's pure propaganda.
No, that's history. That's history. Your apologetics is what's propaganda.
Look up Hitler's private conversations. You'll see he hated Christianity. He hated it.
Oh, there's one quote.
He hated Jesus was a Jew. You know Jesus was a Jew, right?
It wasn't even from Hitler himself. Hitler's always claimed to be a Christian.
Yeah, propaganda.
No, that's history. That's history.
Well, yeah, I gave you history though. I mean, in his private conversations, you can look it up.
I've researched it thoroughly coming into this debate, and no, it's not true.
Well, I mean, he hated Jews, and Jesus was a Jew, so why would he be a Christian?
Why have Christians hated Jews since Jesus' death? Because they blame the Jews for his death. To sit here and deny that, I mean, just shows your
where does it say they hate Jews at? I don't see. Give me the verse where it says they hate Jews in the Bible.
I don't have to. I'm telling you about their actions.
Whose actions?
It was called. Let me find it real quick. Let me find it. Yeah, we'll talk about this. All right. If I can actually find it. It was called Blood Debt, I believe. Blood Debt, and it was the European practice of discriminating against Jews for the death of Jesus.
Okay, but where in the Bible does it say that? I could care less what other people do.
The Bible was written 2,000 years ago. I'm talking about the history of Christians since.
Genetic fallacy, man. You don't know what a genetic fallacy is.
I'm talking about what they've actually done, not what the Bible said 2,000 years ago.
You don't think God's going to judge those people even more harsh than anyone else? God's going to judge those people twice as hard than these other people. He even says it. Those who claim to come in his name, he will punish them way harder than even like an atheist per se.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure he will.
No, it's true, though. I don't have the verse right now, but I'll get it to you though. But it does
know
say
the mind
that.
of God. You know who God.
Yeah.
How do you know that God won't
He's
judge
revealed His mind in the Bible. That's what I'm
It's
saying.
all
You got to get into
interpretation.
the Bible.
How do you know that God isn't going to stand in opposition of everything you're saying right now? It's all
Because
interpretation.
it's written in the Word of God. That's His own inspired word.
Well, the Word of God did not save all the people discriminated through blood debt for hundreds of years.
But that's just
the Word of the Bible did not save the slaves whose slave owners used the Bible to justify their slavery. The Bible, the written word of the Bible did not save all those atheists that were burned at the stake for hearsay laws. That's what I'm talking about. Screw your Bible.
No, it's not the Bible's problem. It's people that are the problem. You don't get that.
Exactly. And the Bible feeds these people.
No, it's their ignorance that's what feeds these people.
Or people like you justifying it.
I don't justify that at all.
You justify slavery, you justify indentured servitude.
There's nothing.
You apologize for all the horrible things the Bible says.
There's nothing that there's nothing horrible about the Bible. There's nothing. I mean, I challenge you to show that.
God killed every single living thing on the planet because they weren't worshiping Him enough.
I've already addressed that.
But the Bible says that. I don't care what you say. I'm talking about the Bible now, yo.
No, what's important is what the manuscripts say. The word earth does not denote.
How about when the Bible kills all the firstborn children of Egypt that had nothing to do with the conflict? Why didn't God just kill the Pharaoh?
Okay, did you read that narrative though?
It's pretty apparent. He kills a bunch of innocent people.
No, because if you read the last verse of Exodus 1:22, 400 years the Egyptians were killing the firstborn of the Hebrews. This was a judgment.
So an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, that makes it okay?
No. He says to put blood above their doorposts, and they didn't do it. They didn't listen, man. Come on.
To me, that is not morality. That is not a moral that's going to get so
that's justice. You don't understand what justice is. Do you believe in the concept of justice?
Natural history doesn't say that at all. Let's be true that the Jewish people probably weren't slaves in Egypt. They were a warrior class, and there was even one Jewish pharaoh. We know that for a fact.
Are you saying that there's no such thing as slavery in Egypt? Are you serious?
No, I'm saying the Jews weren't slaves.
Of course they were. I mean, I don't know what history you're getting this off of. It's ridiculous. It's bonkers, man. I don't know where you're getting this stuff from. It's ridiculous.
I mean, it's ridiculous to you because you don't go outside of your box.
But I will let you know that I do care about you, and I want your soul. I do care about your soul, and I want you to be saved.
So did Matt Powell, and I'll tell you the same thing I told Matt Powell.
God can change any heart, and that's what
I don't need your care. I'm doing pretty well for myself.
All right, I know.
And I don't need your God. I don't need to be saved by your God. If being saved by your God means that gives me morality, then I'd rather not have it.
No, I didn't say that either. Some of the most evilest people have been people claim to be under the banner Christian.
We'll agree on that, and I'll agree that some atheists have done horrible things. That doesn't mean all atheists are horrible people either.
Right, and I never said that. All people have done wicked things. Doesn't matter what whatever title, whatever they are, genre, but I'm talking about justifying morality. There's no justification for morality outside of God.
Sure, there is. I mean, society makes morality.
No,
society sets laws. Don't need God to do that.
And where does society get that from? Then it just regresses and it becomes arbitrary and subjective.
Experience. It's what makes us human, guy. All right, let me explain something to you. The thing that sets us apart is our ability to empathize. We are able to empathize with other human beings, see ourselves in their shoes. It's how every generation, even though we live very short lives, every generation we are able to carry over what we learned from before. Now that what we learned is inaccurate because we weren't there, but we do some of those things. It's what sets us apart from the rest of the animals on this planet. It's how our tools were able to evolve from one generation to the next.
So when a lion eats their own young,
how it is. You don't need some mystical God telling you that, oh, look at me, be like me, go kill everybody. No, that's not morality, and I will reject it every time. And you can sit here and apologize for the flood. The Bible talks about a flood where God kills every single being on this planet.
To me, that's a straw man.
Because they weren't worshiping Him enough.
Not all Christians have the young Earth creationist perspective of the
No,
flood.
they don't. No, they don't. And usually
Why
that
keep
is what I
bringing it
stand
up?
in opposition to. But most Christians have, the thing that most Christians have in common is an ability to accept untruth and to judge every single person. Like you have judged me for being
I didn't judge
you
you.
think I am when I'm far worse.
No, I'm not judging you at all. I have never judged you at all.
You have. I mean, but you can deny it because that makes you look unchristian,
No, I'm
right?
actually on the opposite end of the spectrum. I want you to be saved, brother. I don't care. I don't want you to.
You say that, but I mean, to me, that's just excuse to be a douche.
You know, a lot of atheists, you know, I think they have that stigma in their head, but that's not true, though.
Most atheists are former Christians in this country. Most atheists come from your exact worldview. We have rejected it, and you can't stand that. That's why you don't like us.
Yeah, but I mean, I challenge that claim because the Bible shows what a true Christian is. I don't think they were Christians.
Oh, I definitely admit I wasn't a true Christian. I smoked weed, I drank, we believed in God,
Exactly.
and every once in a while we went to church. That is the American Christianity. Now, most Americans, as I said, don't go to seminary. Most Americans aren't going to spend their time. They don't even read the Bible, much less spend their time breaking it down.
Right.
So
But that's
even
not going to
if you're
save you,
correct,
though.
which you're not, but even if you're correct, you have to go based upon the generality of it, on the results of it, on what most people react to it from. You cannot deny that although that some Christians were all for gay rights, that the majority of them weren't, and yet you deny it. You cannot deny that God, the Bible says, killed everything on the planet, and yet you deny it.
I deny
You
your
want to talk
interpretation
about morality?
of that.
I gleefully reject that morality.
1 second. Just let's see. So, if you guys feel satisfied that we've covered the topics that we hope to cover,
Yeah, I do. I would like, it's my fault, everybody, that this is cut short. So praise is as heated as it's been. I would like to continue this conversation at another time.
Yeah, that's fine.
We can continue this conversation. I've enjoyed it, even though I have been heated.
Yeah, I understand.
At least you defend yourself. You're not Matt Powell, who's going to go out of his way to be something he's not. So I give you credit for that.
Thank you.
So what we can do is we do have a lot of great questions, and so we can move into the Q&A. And with that, we want to say thanks everybody for your questions. Got a lot of diversity in the chat, which is great. Atheists, Christians, and as we say, all the strange creatures in between. We've got a good show, a good showing. So we appreciate everybody being here. And next, super chats. Thanks so much, Josh Brister. He says, "I challenge any and all professional atheists." Thanks for that, Josh. And Josh Brister again says, "Raging atheist, will you debate me? Let's go."
You can email me at daraging@gmail.com, DARAGING atheist @gmail.com, and I'm willing to debate anybody.
You bet. And then Kent Hoven CPA, he's here every night. It's not.
I like Kent Hoven CPA.
It's not Kent Hoven's real accountant. Just so everybody knows, I'm not really. Okay. He says Matt Powell's rosy red cheeks are hilarious. So very sweet. I don't know if that's an inside joke or if he just likes Matt Powell's cheeks, but
Matt Powell has some really, really red cheeks.
So thank you very much, Ken Hoven CPA and Josh Brister. Appreciate your super chats. And next up, Z Yonder has a question. He said, "Don't you believe that the ethic you call common sense is only that because you've been indoctrinated with it?" Forgive me, Z Yonder. I don't know exactly who you're talking to, and so if
I would guess probably me, and I admitted that I was indoctrinated by my parents, and part of becoming an atheist is breaking out of that childhood programming.
Gotcha. And let's see. Harry, good to see you. He says, "I am Christian, but regardless, I hope and or pray that you have." Let's see. Harry, usually, we're gonna let this slide. it's not a big deal, and it's well intentioned. It's usually I forgot to mention, and we always forget to do this. I'm sorry. The super chats are like a new thing, and so and Harry, I'll read this because I started. Usually we'll do questions for Q&A. Just put an @modern day debate into the live chat. That way I see it, because sometimes I don't see it if you don't start it with that little tag. And we always put questions into the Q&A. If you do a super chat, we put it first in the list, and we also are willing to read off a comment for one of the debaters if you want to make a comment instead of a question. Harry snuck in a comment into the Q&A, but we like Harry. I started reading half of it. He says, I'm Christian, but regardless, I hope and pray that you have the willpower to stop smoking. So even if that comes off as, I don't know how it comes off, but I think he means well. So you can say something if you want, but you don't have to. This goes for both of you guys in terms of questions for you. So next we have.
I'm trying to quit. It's hard.
Yeah.
You got it. Harry cares for you, so I appreciate that, Harry, that you got people who love you. So Q for Raging Atheist from Nick J. Thanks for your question, Nick, and for Harry, and for the first one. So he says, do you think that there are some things that are good in the Christian ethic?
Oh yeah, definitely. I really try hard not to paint with a broad brush, although I do sometimes, but I try to make it clear that I'm speaking of fundamental Christians mainly. I think that there are very good things in Christianity. I think that there are very good movements in Christianity. I think there are a lot of Christians that do a lot of good things.
You bet. Thanks for that question. And Z Yonder asks, Raging, do you believe humans have rights? If so, why? Because you are human and someone told you that you do? That was his question.
That's a good question. I do believe humans have basic individual rights, and I don't know why. I honestly don't. I know people would like to say that it's God. I don't think so. I think it's society. I think over 60,000 years through trial and error, we figured out what works, what doesn't, and we have laws. And I think that if somebody has a thing, or not even that's the wrong way to put it. I think that everybody should have the freedom to be themselves.
You bet. Thank you very much. And so I'm going to try to fly through these. If I look distracted, sorry. That's why I just want to squeeze in as many as we can. Genius Tracks said, let's see. Oh, this is submitting a discussion topic. This is actually, I'd love to get people's opinions and the debaters' opinions. New topics. He said the pros and cons of artificial intelligence would be a fun topic. And do people think that would be fun? I'm kind of curious both of what the debaters think as well as in the live chat, because it's a little bit off our kind of flagship genre of field religion. Debaters, do you think it would be interesting, or is it not outside of your wheelhouse?
That's a little bit outside my wheelhouse, but I do know Elon Musk, has some interesting things about that.
Yeah, it's out of my wheelhouse, but I'd be interested. I'd watch it.
You bet. Really interesting. So yeah, I think that'd be really fun. So next up, we have Nick J. asks, for praise, can you explain how and why God is perfect and by what standard?
The best way I can explain it is the ontological argument is God is the greatest conceivable being in the universe. So there cannot be any morality outside of him. So everything generates from him. So that's kind of a oxymoron to say, what standard he would go by, because that's a contradiction. And if he was any flawed in any type of way, he wouldn't be God in the first place. So that's how I would answer that, is the ontological argument.
Gotcha. And just had a super chat come in from Sheepwork. Totally appreciate it. And so thanks for that, Sheepwork, who asks, sex with animals? If not, why? And could that change?
No, and no.
Absolutely not. And God outlaws that specifically in the Torah, and the Torah. So
come on and praise. It's 2019, man. Just kidding. I don't have sex with animals. Okay. Basically, that's one thing we agree on. Look, we got all three of us up here on the same page. That's nice. That's encouraging.
Yep, sex with animals is bad.
Yeah, no good. Nobody's. But really interesting philosophical question. Karag Nightwolf asks, does praise believe the story in the Bible where Jesus casts out demons into pigs and then has those pigs hurl themselves off of a cliff? And if he does believe that, why should I not disqualify him from any serious evaluation on subjects involving logical reasoning or using his critical thinking faculties?
So is he? I don't understand his argument. Is he trying to say it's immoral or illogical? I'm not quite understanding what he's asking.
I think he's saying, like, do you believe it? And if so, like, why should I trust you? I think he thinks of it as, what's the word I'm looking for?
I would say it's immoral.
I think I'll read it one more time just to be sure, involving reasoning or using critical thinking. So I think it's more on the rationality level that he's critiquing.
Yeah, I think there's a spiritual lesson that needs to be learned, though, and that even swine don't even want to be possessed by evil spirits and demonics, and they'll even kill themselves to get away from being possessed by evil spirits. I don't see how that's anything's illogical. I mean, it's their own choice. God didn't force them to run into the water, so.
You got it. Really interesting question, and we appreciate that. Crag Nightwolf wanted to ask that so bad he emailed it beforehand. The guy, he's really want to know, so totally appreciate that. And DFC says, Dr. O, I think that's for Dr. Oosh, he says Dr. O would crush both of these bums. Sorry, guys. I've got to read the super chats.
Who's Dr. O?
Dr. Ooch we had on last weekend, and it was definitely one of the more interesting talks we've ever had on the channel. So that, I think it was just, if you go 3 videos back, definitely interesting. We have a Dr. O fan. They're always spirited. So sorry, debaters.
I take no offense. I am a bum sometimes.
So we appreciate that. And also, just saw you subscribed. I hate fake people. We totally appreciate that. Glad to have you part of the community. And so yeah, it's like to have, including whether it be I hate fake people, or DFC who calls you both bums. We're happy to have an eclectic mix here. Just, you're not bums, don't worry. Okay, so here we go. They don't look bothered. Okay, Iron Charioteer asks praise if his worldview has the ultimate solution to all humanity's problems.
Absolutely. And that's even reverberated in the gold standard. Love others as yourself. If people did that, this world would be a lot better place. And I don't think there would be a place, I mean, there would be no room for problems like we have today.
Gotcha. And yeah, so we appreciate those questions. And Iron Charioteer has another one. And he says, and add, why does he think so? If you feel like you've answered that.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for that, Iron Charioteer. And Nick J, question for Raging Atheist. If atheism is people's natural condition, then why is there worship for a god in nearly every civilization?
Well, I mean, that's a pretty easy question to answer, and all you have to do is study history and go back far enough. We see 10,000 years ago that the first religions came, and they weren't a one god religion. They were usually dark gods that involved blood sacrifice. Before that, human beings didn't worship a god. They feared ghouls, goblins, and witches, stuff like that. This is documented history. All you have to do is go back far enough.
Gotcha, you bet. Next up, we have Saint Dragon Raging Atheist, what about the atheists who kill hundreds of thousands of religious believers and clergies?
What atheist? Now, I'm probably talking about Mao or Stalin, and I would give the same response. You know, people are going to dismiss that Hitler was a Christian or say he wasn't a true Christian, but Hitler claimed Christianity and killed millions of people.
Gotcha. You bet. Z Yonder. By the way, Raging Atheist, you're getting so much attention tonight. Usually it's the Christian gets like 90% of the questions, but you're getting a good amount. This has been...
I am a unique individual. I admit this.
you draw attention. So Z Yonder asked, Raging, if we have ascended above animal behaviors such as rape, what are we ascending towards?
I would hope we're ascending towards equality. I would hope we're ascending towards a lack of division. I see religion as something that divides us. I also see politics as something that divides us. I would hope that we're going to eventually, I won't be around to see it, evolve to a point to where we're not judging people based on our fears, but based on merit.
Gotcha. You bet. And Sheepwork, thanks for your super chat. Just came in. He asks, atheists, why is bestiality wrong?
I mean, you shouldn't have sex with a donkey. I don't know. I mean, society makes it wrong. Why would it be right?
Gotcha. You bet. Thanks for that question, Sheepwork. And that's
good question.
That's actually like a debate topic we might have to have, Sheepwork, that you've inspired. Mm-hmm. That's super interesting. So, next up, Mr. Cook, let's see. Mr. Cook Jr., thanks so much. Mr. Cook Jr. has just been super supportive of the channel. He's kind of helping us do some upgrades, and so we wanted to just give him a shout out and say, totally appreciate it. And I have to say, really, this channel is like, I'm like just so thankful for everybody. The debaters, people, here's an example of all these like little things where people are helping, and I'm like, you honestly make my life so much easier. Yesterday we had like so much like prep stream time, and so it just went on forever. And then Spooky Hair and another person actually too, both in the video this morning, they said, hey, jump to like 12 minutes into the video, you can start to see the debate, which I appreciate. It makes it easier for the viewers. And so anyway, little things like that mean a lot. So thank you, everybody. Jeremy Pace asks, we're gonna try to squeeze in as many. Jeremy Pace asks, as praise, how were the Crusades moral?
I think it was a defensive war, and the Bible shows that it's okay to defend yourself. I don't see how there's anything immoral about defending yourself.
Gotcha. You bet. Greg Morgan has a question. Question for both. Do you think this is how to get people to see your point of view? I don't know if he means by debate, like in general, or if he means giving your guys a spirited style.
I'll go first. I don't try to push my point of view on people. I just rage. And if people like what I rage about, then they subscribe. If they don't, then they don't. I'm not trying to push my worldview on anybody.
Gotcha. You bet. John Williams asks, I'm going to do this really quick. I think we can squeeze the rest in. Q&A's closed. Sorry, folks. We got great questions, and I think we can squeeze these last two in if it's okay with Raging Atheist.
Yeah, okay. Let's go for it.
John Williams asks, I just asked Raging how he would explain his morality to a person detached from emotions.
Wow, that is a great question. I don't know. I don't know. I will tell you this. I don't know if you're subbed. You don't have to sub to my channel. I'm going to think about that. How would I explain my morality to somebody without emotions? I'm going to think about that, and I'm going to make a video about that, because that's a good question.
Yeah, definitely interesting. I'm like, oh, that's... So anyway, totally appreciate that. And Alexander Souls, forgive me if I get this wrong, I'm sorry. Solzhenitsyn. I think I got that right. Let me know if I did. Okay. He says, are you planning on having Dr. O back on the show anytime? Loved his insights on many things. We got a lot of Dr. O fans. So
I missed this. I watched most of your debates, and I missed this one. I got to watch this one.
It's definitely, it was interesting and surprising. So one last one. This is absolute last. Just Sheepwork. I totally appreciate your super chat. He says, so if society says it's okay, then could it be okay to do something?
See, now that's a good question. And that's where personal morality has to come in. There's a lot of things going on in society right now that I don't agree with. And say if Matt Powell and the Quiverful movement had their way and they instilled Christian law and it became legal to kill gay people, for instance, I would stand against that.
Gotcha. You bet. Well, thanks for that, Sheepwork, and thank you, Raging Atheist, and praise. Thanks for Raging Atheist keeping this debate, even though he had basically like a last-minute thing where it was like, ooh, this is going to be harder on my schedule, and he still kept it. We just moved it up an hour. So we want to say thanks for being willing to do that so we can still have you here. And
I appreciate you having me. I am sorry that I let loose a couple curse words. I was trying really hard not to do that.
It's okay.
I understand. Yeah, I understand you're like the way you are. That's just the way you are. I understand that.
I appreciate that. I am me. I try not to be disingenuous. Even if
and I see that. I don't think there's anything disingenuous there.
Thank you. I really want to talk to you again, Praise. As heated as it got.
Yeah.
This was a good conversation.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I think the passion, it's like, I try to just think of it as like, hey, people disagree, it's not a big deal, and we appreciate, people have passion and they're, like I said, transparent. So you have to give credit for that. So we appreciate that. And next, we'll just say thank you to the audience for your great questions and keep sifting out the reasonable from the unreasonable. Thanks, guys, and have a great night. Hey everybody, today we are debating whether or not atheists are in it for the money, and we are starting right now. Ladies and gentlemen, thrilled to have you here for this epic debate. Oh boy, it's a rumble in the jungle. I am so excited to be back. It's like, man, it's been just a crazy week. I'm pumped to be here. So, very thrilled to have you here. If this is your first time here and you love debates like we do, especially ones on sick topics like this, feel free to hit that subscribe button and that little bell notification for reminders, as we will have tomorrow, for example, Hovind versus Drisdale round 2. Mark will be back to debate Kent Hovind, this time on the flood. That will be a lot of fun. And I gotta tell you folks, this one today, it's provocative. I know. I think I'm telling you folks, if you want, I'm willing to host any topic that won't get us booted off of YouTube. So if you want to host, if you want to debate, are Christians in it for the money, or whatever you want, like, let us know. We're open. So willing to host whatever you want. Reach out to us. We want to kind of keep it fair. So with that, very excited to have our guests here today. These guys, I love these guys. I gotta say, they're like two of the most personable people. I just really, you guys both, I honestly feel like I told Rage he feels like my cousin. He reminds me of my cousin Randy. But they both remind me, they really do kind of both remind me like my cousins. Like, I just feel tight. They're great guys. So with that, they are both linked in the description. So if you hear what they're saying and you're like, I like that, I want more, you can find more right down there. So right in the description box. And with that, I want to mention that, as mentioned, they are linked in the description. With that, Praise said he was planning on doing an opening statement, and we'll go into open discussion shortly after that. We're going to give
I just realized that the debaters' names are they're flopped. So let me quick switch their pictures. Oh my gosh!
Yeah, I haven't been called a Christian in a long time, James.
It's been
Oh, we're gonna get you back there, Knock. You come on, man, brother.
Never.
Now they're in the right places. So now you see the correct people over their correct titles. Sorry about that. It's not a lot of sleep last night. We're hanging in there. So excited though. Praise I am that I am. Can you see me up there? I love these like fun graphics, like the Brady Bunch. So praise, the floor is yours. And do you guys have an idea of like how much time you'd like it to be for these?
It's gonna be less than 5 minutes for me. It's not gonna be that much.
Okay.
Yeah, it shouldn't be long for me.
You got it. All right, we'll just keep it flexible, whatever you guys need, and then we'll go into that open discussion. Thanks for being here, guys.
Likewise. So this debate is easy for a Christian theist because God made it clear the obsession of money is the root of all evil. 1 Timothy 6:10. However, to show atheists fit under 1 Timothy 6:10, all we have to do is discredit the sincerity of atheism. Then show atheists are obsessed by money. Firstly, several studies indicate when atheists get polled, they admit they not only believe in a higher power, but believe in the God of the Bible. Citation, Pew Research, January 6, 2016. This provides sufficient evidence atheism is nothing more than a facade. Now to prove atheists are obsessed by money. Richard Dawkins is the perfect poster boy of a money whore. He is nothing more than an ethologist. Ethologists typically make 50 to 90,000 a year. However, Dawkins' net total is estimated to be $135 million, as displayed on a quick Google search. As reported, his revenue was generated from purely anti-theist rhetoric and propaganda, with such books as The God Delusion and television film appearances criticizing and mocking Christianity. Additionally, Dawkins overcharges people to be part of its venues and social groups. For example, An Evening with Richard Dawkins in theaters in Portland, Oregon, Rochester, Minnesota, and Boston are on sale on the RDRFRS website for $35. Access to a VIP reception beforehand is $250. Membership of the Dawkins Circle costs from $1,000 to $10,000 a year. Source, The Guardian 2015. Just to show how disingenuous Dawkins is to his cause, several atheists like Michael Ruse expressed their outrage regarding his book, The God Delusion, saying, quote, "The God Delusion makes me ashamed to be an atheist." Richard Dawkins in The God Delusion would fail any introductory philosophy or religion course. Proudly, he criticizes whereof he knows nothing about, end quote. Dawkins' libel is just one glaring example of how bashing Christianity is a fashionable way to hustle money. Speaking of anti-theist bashing, I find Richard Dawkins to be awkwardly similar to Knock himself. If you check out Knock's channel, you'll just see a bash fest of anti-theist tirades aimed to trigger internet atheists in the chat with an axe to grind against God just for super chats. Really, Knock? I will say Knock has been hella cool to me, though. And I believe he's a hella cool dude, but he's a player of the game. He plays the game. What about atheist regimes over history? It's no secret the wealth of Soviet and Chinese dictators unfairly distribute the money to themselves. Self-proclaimed atheist dictators like Stalin own 9.5% of the gross domestic product of the world, and his net worth is estimated to be $350 billion today. And yet, the citizens under his iron fist were some of the most poor and oppressed people in history. However, the only reason why atheism was peddled by commie dictators during the Iron Curtain was merely to remove the threat of Christian ideals. Stalin, Mao, Pol Pot knew if they could control the masses by removing a higher authority like God, then why would Why would they become? They would become the god of the state, thus not having to deal with uprisings and even being overthrown. Therefore, carnage was necessary to protect their wealth and power. Even though atheism was a central tenet of communism, it was merely exploited to satisfy their sheer greed. Communists have been known to have golden toilet seats in their 100,000 square foot houses with 30 rooms. Therefore, proving atheism is nothing but a ruse and showing atheists are not only in for the money, but money whores. And with that, I end my time.
Thank you very much, Praise, for that opening statement. We will now be switching over to Raging Atheist Nakasuchi, who will be giving his opening statement, and then we'll jump into the live discussion. Thanks for being here, Raging Atheist. Glad to see you.
Wow, I'm taking it back. I got a prepared opening statement. I'm taking a little bit aback. He said I'm in it for super chats. Oh, Praise. Okay. Kami dictate. Oh, Praise. I mean, that was might have been some of the funniest shit I've ever heard you say. Okay, we're gonna get into it. This is my prepared opening statement. So I'm gonna have to give it to Praise. He sure has some funny ideas about atheists. You just proved that right. What we are and what we believe. I think only Praise and this whole wide internet would come up with this topic for this so-called debate. Are atheists in it for the money? Too easy, because I have to ask what money. Like, seriously, like, what money are you talking about, Praise? Because I really need some money. I mean, I need some money. Because I don't see buildings dedicated to atheism on every square block of America. I see churches, and in these churches are people, the vast majority of them white men, making a living preaching the Bible to their little flocks of sheep. The average pastor here in America makes anywhere between $39,000 a year to $96,000 a year, depending on what site you're looking at. And I'll give you that 39,000 isn't great. It's not poor, but it's not great. But $96,000 a year is pretty fucking good. Sorry, James. And we're just talking averages here. People making real money talking about Jesus. The average pastor for a megachurch makes $147,000 a year. Just the average. Joel Osteen, he has over $40 million in the bank. Kenneth Copeland, he's worth $750 million with 2 private jets and a whole lot of cringe. People are making money every day, but they are Christians, milking their parishioners for every cut that they can get. It isn't atheist. Atheists aren't making money from atheism, at least not the vast majority of us. Most of us are working, not talking about the zombie god everyone around us believes in. So I'm assuming, I mean, I was thinking before I came into this and just heard what Praise was saying about commie dictators and Richard Dawkins, but I was assuming Praise was talking about us YouTubers, us atheist YouTubers, when he brought this topic. I'm assuming he is talking about me making money off of the blasphemies that come out of my mouth. But I have to ask again, Praise, I mean, seriously, like, what money? Most of us work real jobs. I have a smaller channel. I might average around, seriously, Praise, $150 a month. Maybe that's including Patreon. So $150 a month, that's big time money. Yo, I put that with my George Soros money. And I put out a lot of content. I put out a video almost every single day of the week. I am not ignoring that there are far bigger channels than mine. Most of the creators have real jobs. Some live solely off of what they make here on social media. I would not consider any of them to be huge YouTube stars making millions, but they make a living. Atheists don't do it for money. I don't. I do it because I got tired of every Christian that was around me, shaming me for asking questions. I do it because most of the people that were supposed to love me the most shun me for not believing in their Jesus. I do it because there are people out there right now alone, lives shattered because they were honest about not believing in a 7,000-year-old war god from the Middle East. Atheists speak now because we couldn't before. We are a minority that is demonized and feared. And that's why I do it. So that's my opening statement.
You very much. We appreciate that, Raging Atheist. And with that, we will go into the open discussion. Forgot to mention, if you have a question, folks, shoot it into the live chat. I will pull it out, and then I will put that into the questions list that we will ask during the Q&A. So we'll probably go for like 50, possibly 60 minutes, roughly. We'll just kind of go with the flow, let it be organic, and then go into the Q&A. So thanks for that, guys. The floor is yours, guys, for the open conversation.
Yeah, if I may address like a few points, is that all right? Raging.
Go for it, man. I wrote down a few of yours.
Sweet. So you mentioned like Kenneth Copeland and some of these other what they call super preachers in mega churches and
Prosperity preachers. Yeah.
Prosperity
I also mentioned the average yearly salary of a Baptist pastor.
Yeah. And as far as that goes, I think just because people go under the banner of Christianity doesn't make them a Christian. This any more than someone going into a garage makes them a car. So
does your pastor make money?
I'm sure he makes a salary, but I don't know if that's excessive. I don't think it is. And
Do you pay a tithe?
Huh?
Do you pay a tithe?
I tithe. Yes, I do pay a tithe.
Tithe, whatever.
Yeah.
So you pay a guy just for speaking Christianity, and you do this every Sunday?
It's like every once in a while, whatever I can afford.
I have never paid anybody for being an atheist. Never. I don't go to nowhere on Sundays and be like, dude, you're a cool atheist. Here's 10% of what I make.
Yeah, especially people like Richard Dawkins, they do though. And I'm sure there's a whole host
Richard
of
Dawkins has a lot of money, but he has written a lot of best-selling books. He's a scientist. He gets paid for lectures. And you're talking about one person in a vast sea of atheists that don't make money off of it. There's a very large percentage of Christians that make money off of Christianity. There's not a very large percentage of atheists that are making money off of atheism.
Yeah, it depends.
It doesn't even equate.
Yeah, it depends how much they're willing to bash Christianity. That to me is I think I bash Christianity more than anybody, and I just laid out how much I don't make. Well,
that is how to hustle money today. If you go out to, it's fashionable to the world to bash Christianity, and it's big business, and it's been proven.
Are you not the majority in this country, at least?
The majority,
like the vast majority.
No, when it comes to the when it comes to like the newspapers and the media, they're not Christian. That's pretty clear. So I think.
Oh, how do you know that? Like, what do you mean? So you're saying like everybody in like the Washington Post are atheists? Statistically speaking, that would be secular. Like that'd be like winning the lottery.
Well, they claim to be. They have to be secular, so they don't.
Oh, so they're not Christians like you are. So you get to define what a real Christian is. So that's where we're at.
The Bible.
I asked you the question. That's why I asked you the question about your pastor. Your pastor's making money right now.
No, my pastor feeds the word of God to people, and if people feel people are not forced to tithe. So I want to make that clear too.
But he gets paid for it, though. Does he or does he not get paid for it, Praise?
He makes a salary, but the tithes are completely up to the people.
So he gets paid for it. He's making money off of Christianity.
Yeah, but it's by people.
Now, you named one atheist. There's plenty of atheists that make money off of, I guess it would be off of atheism. I don't do all atheism on my channel. I do politics. A lot of people do a lot of different things. But if you want to say it's all atheism, right? So yeah, there are a very few people making money off of atheism in this country, in this world. But not much. Nowhere near compared to like Christianity or any of the major religions.
Like I'm saying, like you need to understand, like so you need to give me the distinction.
I need to understand how the vast minority is profiting off of the vast minority when the vast majority is profiting off the vast majority, and you don't want to talk about that.
Okay, but explain to me what you mean by are you trying to conflate super preachers and mega churches with Christianity?
I very
or
clearly
just general
didn't
regular
conflate
churches?
them. I separated them. Praise, like I said, a Baptist, a pastor on average makes this a year. and then a preacher of a megachurch makes this on you. I clearly separated them. I didn't conflate them.
Yeah, I don't see.
I'm just saying that there's a lot of
issue with
pastors,
that.
and that's just pastors. I mean, let's talk about, you know, priest or any other person that's using the name of Jesus to make.
If you've been in the faith, you would know how many churches struggle with money, though. I don't think you understand that. And just because that is
I have been in the faith. I've got family that are clergy right now, and trust me, they're not struggling.
Just because, I mean, if that's the general number that's put out there, that doesn't mean that's the real what's happening.
I put out the average. So the average is, you know, call it on the low end, $36,000 a year, which isn't bad, but that's not poor praise. I mean, they're not struggling.
But that doesn't mean they're going to get that either. I'm saying, like, that's just a reported number. Just because people report that to be the average doesn't mean that's actually happening.
But I mean, so the debate is, are atheists in it for the money? And I told you no. You know, like, we're in it because we're a minority. We're trying to speak out. We're trying to normalize that we don't have to follow this God that everybody else believes in, because you are in a vast majority, and you're in a vast majority where a very large chunk of that majority makes money from that particular issue, Christianity itself. So atheism, like as I said, we're not making money just off of atheism. We do a lot of different things on our channel. Sure, I talk about, I respond to a lot of Christians, a lot more than other content creators, but most content creators are all over the place with the spectrum of what they cover.
Yeah, but if you look at communist countries,
communist countries are governments that have nothing to do with atheism.
It's atheistic governments, though.
No, it's not.
It's their central tenet. Yes, it is.
Communism has nothing to do with atheism.
Of course,
nothing at all.
Does.
It's a government.
Here, I mean,
communist Russia was full of atheists. Sure,
if I want to quote what the fathers of communism said. Let me just give you a few quotes here real quick. Our necessarily includes the propaganda of atheism. Vladimir Lenin.
So
atheism. Okay, one more. Just give me one more quote. Atheism is natural and an inseparable part of communism. Vladimir Lenin, and then Marx said the same thing. And they're the fathers.
So you're talking about authoritarian.
Communism.
You're talking about authoritarian governments where the governments were corrupt and the governments controlled the people. It wasn't an atheistic worldview. You're talking about communism, not atheism.
It's two different things. Central tenet of
no, they're
communism.
not. They're not. No, they're not. I know you want to say they are, but they're not. Let's move on, because we're talking about, are atheists in it for the money, and you're talking about communist Russia.
Governments are in it for the money. I think they've pretty much proven that. They have $100 million houses with gold toilet seats and 30 rooms in their house. And,
that was a few people in those governments took advantage of a lot of larger populations. That happens in authoritarian governments. You know, you and your butt boy Jill are all for Trump, so you're all for authoritarianship. Like, you're just begging for it. So let's move on. Let's not get into this little petty political argument. We're supposed to be talking about dollars here, and I'm sitting here telling you that as an atheist, I make nothing. I do this because I feel compelled to do it, because I'm surrounded by a sea of you Christians, and there are a vast majority of you Christians that are making lots of money right now. So why don't you want to talk about that?
Okay, but if you look at the Christian channels, by majority of them, a lot of them don't make super chats. Only a few. It's only the atheist bashing one, or the Christianity. If you bash Christianity, that's a way to hustle money. And I see your channel.
But I don't make money. Praise. So yeah, I bash Christianity for nothing. I do it for free.
People enjoy provocative subjects, and bashing Christianity has always been provocative. And
so you're in my side chats. Are they bustling with super chats? Seriously, like you say, you've been there, like, and I know you have been.
Yeah.
Are they? Do I get a crap ton of super? No, I don't. I do it because I like to do it. I enjoy bashing people like you. You're sitting here making a fool of yourself, and it's fucking, I'm sorry, it's hilarious.
It's a way to hustle money, though. if let's just say that if you were talking about just normal politics, you wouldn't even be getting near the super chat.
Dude, I go to work to hustle money. I come here to talk smack. There's two different things. I go to work to make money and to feed my daughter, to get her insulin for her diabetes, all of that. I come here to talk smack.
Yeah, I mean, the people that follow you eat it up, and it feeds their troll mentality and their hatred for Christianity.
The people that follow Christians eat it up, and it feeds their troll mentality. I get trolled by Christians all the time. There's no difference. We're human beings. It's what we do.
How many?
So what?
Okay, let me ask you a question. How many super chats has Jill ever gotten, and how many super chats?
I
Have
mean, he's
ever
got
gotten?
150 subscribers because he's an awful human being. He's a stain on your religion. The fact that you're so tied to him stains you, but you're too ignorant to even see it. Jill is a joke. He's a racist, ignorant man that doesn't deserve the attention he's getting right now.
Yeah, I mean, how many super chats have I gotten though? 0.
I mean, how many
don't do it for
subscribers
the
do you
money.
have? Again, you don't really provide entertaining value. All you do is talk smack about atheists, a bunch of stuff that isn't true. And I mean, it's about
But I mean, shouldn't I be
people
a good example of
appreciate
what Christians do? We're not in
honesty.
it for the money, so I think that's pretty.
Sure, you
clear.
are. Like, plenty of people are. Plenty of people are making money off Christianity here on YouTube. You know, they'll claim that they don't monetize their channels like Girl Defined, but then they'll have extensive Patreons. They're making money off of Christianity. Girl Defined, Paul and Morgan's making a buttload right now.
Who?
Paul and Morgan.
Okay, I'll have to check him out.
I mean, there's plenty of Christian YouTubers making money. I mean, that's what YouTube is, right? Like, so you come on here and it becomes a hobby, and sometimes you're good enough that more and more people start watching you. And then YouTube wants to throw ads on your channel because more and more people are watching you. That's called capitalism. That's what you guys are supposed to love so much. This isn't a political debate, but I mean, you're attached at the hip to Jill, so come on, dude.
Well, I mean, there's a thing called crony capitalism, and then there's responsible.
I mean, this is literally a public company providing a platform that people are utilizing to make, a lot of times, just a side hustle, if anything. People are working real jobs still.
Yeah, I mean, but as far as whoring for money, that you won't see Christians do that because it's in our central principles of doctrine.
Whoring for money? What? I mean, how is being on YouTube whoring for money? Have I taken off my clothes? Have I given up my booty praise?
I'm saying, like, okay, you can make a case for a few atheists on.
I don't like the word whoring.
YouTube.
I mean, it's a word that your kind have used to demonize and put down women for generation upon generation upon generation. I think you're a whore, but that's just my opinion.
No, we don't whore for money because God tells us not to. This are central tenets of our of the gospel. I mean, the gospel tells us to take care of the poor. Jesus said to invite the poor and help them to give to them. Jesus said to reject yourself. You don't see that in atheism. I mean, that's just the bottom line.
You see it all the time. There's plenty of atheist organizations that help the poor. That's not just delegated to Christians. There's plenty of Muslims that help the poor. There's plenty of Buddhists. There's plenty of atheists. That's not a Christian thing, dude. That's just like a human thing. If you have the economy to do so, I mean, a good person would. That doesn't require Christianity. I mean, I guarantee you most Christians wouldn't do it, honestly. I know a lot of Christians. They're not very generous.
There's actually research that's been provided on this, and it shows that Christians do far more charity than atheists.
Provide that research. I need a citation because I don't believe you.
Okay, just give me 1 second. I'm going to get it for you. Or do you want me to get to you after the show or now? It doesn't matter if he doesn't.
It doesn't matter. I'm having an after show. You can do it here. You can do it there. I don't care. I really don't. Because there are far more Christians than there are atheists. We are a vast minority. So to point out that there's far fewer charitable organizations or whatever, there's far more of you. There's far more wealth. Let's talk about the Catholics and the vast wealth that they've hoarded over generation after generation after generation. Yeah, I mean, the debate is, are atheists in it for the money? I have sit here and provided the example of myself and most atheist YouTubers that don't make a lot of money doing it. Even the ones that only do that, this is all they do. They're not rich people. Maybe some, maybe the amazing atheist at 1 billion subscribers. Maybe he's rich. I don't think so. I don't even think he's rich.
Look at the non sequitur. They freaking split up because it was a battle over money.
I don't want to talk about the non sequitur show. There's a lot of disinformation around that. Nobody knows nothing, so you don't know nothing. So please don't talk about
that atheists are freaking in for the money.
You're leaping now. You're leaping for anything crazy. It's funny. I mean, I don't want to have a conversation about Steve. I've done all I can to stay out of that conversation. I know Steve.
I'm
good with Steve. I'm not talking, but there's a lot of
You don't know any of the particulars of that case. You only know what you have read on
Kyle
Twitter,
was
what
a
you have
money
heard on the
whore.
internet.
He
I
wanted-
don't want to
Kyle
talk
was
about
the
that.
money whore.
What we're supposed to be talking about is atheists making money. You're pointing out the non sequitur show
That's a shiny.
and pulling out numbers that one side says. I don't know. But say $60,000 a year over what, 2 or 3 years? That's still not a lot of money. Not split between two people.
Do that.
I mean, why are you going to these places, Praise? Why can't you answer the question that the vast majority, there's a far more Christians making money off of Christianity.
Far more examples how atheists are in it for the money than what you could ever even get close to showing. I mean, on
then
this,
please do, because I've heard Richard Dawkins and I've heard communists.
Yeah, so you have the non sequitur show, you got atheist communists, and then you got Richard Dawkins. Those are three glaring examples.
The non sequitur show, atheist communists, and Richard Dawkins. Those are your three examples. Seriously. Yeah. The non sequitur show. Like, you couldn't even do better than the non sequitur. I'm sure Mr. Atheist makes more money than that, dude. Like, seriously. Like, that's your example, is the non sequitur show.
But it's not how much money they made. It's just that they were out. It was all about money with Kyle. I think that was pretty clear.
Oh, so you are here to have a conversation about Kyle, who's not here to defend himself. You want to talk about Steve, who's not here to defend himself. Like, I'm trying not to have that conversation. We're supposed to have a conversation. Are atheists in it for the money? Steve's an agnostic. Kyle's an atheist.
Yeah, right. Here you go.
We got that.
He's proven that Kyle is an atheist, and it proves he's a money whore. He's at it for the money. I mean, that's just being, bluntly honest. Let's just be bluntly honest here.
I don't. I don't want to. I didn't come here to have a conversation about the non sequitur show. I didn't. I came here to have a conversation about atheists.
Conversation, whether you like it or not, because it shows atheists.
I gave you a better example, dude. Talk, Mr. Atheist. The dude makes more money.
Okay, well,
seriously, use a better example. Oh my God, Praise! This is what's fucking infuriating about you. It's infuriating. It's infuriating. Like, you're as bad as Sky Out sometimes. I swear.
Oh my gosh! But I'm just giving you examples, and if you get triggered over it, I don't know what to tell you.
It's not a good example. I gave you a better one, and you still want to stick to the drama dog shit conversation that you want to have. So I don't want to have the conversation about the non sequitur show. I'm not going to have that conversation. Move the fuck on.
Because it's cognitive dissonance. You just don't like the pain that it causes because you know I'm right. So unfortunately, sorry if that caused pain for you, but. For the purpose
it makes no sense.
It had to.
You want to have we're here to debate. Do atheists want money? And you want to talk about Twitter drama?
Dude, how much money did Kyle steal from Steve? It wasn't like $40,000 or something.
I don't know. I'm not going to pretend to know. I don't know the particulars of the fucking case. Why do you keep going back to this?
Because
I don't know. I don't know. I have paid no attention to it. I have kept myself separate, Praise. I have kept myself separate from that shit. I don't know. I don't know anything about it. So let's move on. Let's talk about something different. Now I'm angry. First time I've been angry on modern day debate, but now I'm fucking angry. Let's move on.
Atheism is a facade. You're proving my point. And actually, the poll that I mentioned, it shows that most atheists are they actually pretend or they claim to be theists and believers in God. So where is the sincerity of atheism? It's nowhere. There is no sincerity in atheism.
You're talking sincerity when you just try to lure me into a conversation about the shit show that is non sequitur. You want to talk sincerity. Seriously, Praise. Like, I was thinking about having you onto my after show, but you just entered Jill territory and Matt Powell territory. You're not welcome. This is insane. It's insane. It's insane. You need to stop hanging around all these crazy people you hang around with, because it's not doing you any justice. You're getting worse.
I'm just saying, man. If it triggers you, then I'm just maybe
triggers. I didn't come here to discuss non sequitur show. Praise.
But maybe you should reevaluate your belief system.
Why? It has nothing to do with atheism and everything to do with one fucking show.
But that's a glaring example of what my point proves my point. But I can go to other ones if you want me to. I'll go to.
I gave you a better example. You refused to go there. You just wanted to stay with the shit show.
You've actually held my point, and you're actually helping my cause by showing that there are other.
You haven't shown how atheists are making money. You talked about one particular show, Richard Dawkins, and
communism. Those are your. I gave you real numbers, real examples. I gave you yearly incomes that preachers are making all across the country. I gave you yearly incomes that preachers in mega churches are making. I gave you how Joel
salary. I mean, that's a standard salary.
You got me flustered.
Not an extra high salary.
My boy Joel makes 40 million, and Kenneth Copeland has 175 million. 2 jets. We can talk about all the prosperity preachers, but you want to go to the non sequitur.
Even atheists know they're fake, and actually, the scriptures it's actually anti-ethical with how the way they operate things.
I mean, I thought that this was a weird topic. I really did praise. I told you before we started. I put it in my opening statement. This is a really weird topic, but now I get it because you wanted to go into the non sequitur show.
So I'll go to another one. If you don't like the non sequitur, if that causes you to get butthurt or whatever, that's fine. So we'll go to the atheist experience. They do the same thing. They're
as far as I understand, I'm not big on them. Like I've watched a few of them. Of course, I like Matt Dillahunty, but as far as I understand, that they are an actual charity organization, right?
No, they hustle they hustle Christianity and make a caricature out of Christianity for money. And it's been well documented.
Maybe you're right. I'm not sure about them. Like I always thought that, that they were a charity organization there in Austin, Texas. That's what I always heard. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe they do profit. I mean, as I said, this is YouTube. This is capitalist America. People are utilizing the platform that they have, and they're making money off the revenue. I don't see any problems with that. And it's not always atheism. It's usually a plethora of things, although I understand that the atheist experience centers around atheism. Sure. Yeah, I'll give you that. Yeah, you have one example. I've given you an entire country full of pastors, preachers, Catholic priests, mega church.
The average salary, though, that doesn't mean they're up for money. That doesn't mean they're up for money.
The vast majority of atheists make money off of atheism, praise, honestly.
I'm not okay. So I'll put it this way: if
does 25% of atheists make money off of atheism?
It depends what their motives are. If
10% of atheists make money off of atheism.
The ones that are the ones that go to social media, especially, and the ones that are out in the spotlight, are out for the money. And maybe
we're only doing it for the money. What's your evidence of that? What's your evidence of that we're only doing it for the money? See, this is the conversation I want to have. This is the conversation I came for. I didn't come to talk about non sequitur show. The fact that you refused, enraged me. But this is the conversation I want to have. So where's your evidence that these atheists are only in it for the money? You're putting this out there. You wanted to have this debate. So where's your evidence that these atheists are only in it for the money?
Richard Dawkins is one. Lawrence
That's not
Krauss.
Evidence. That's one man. That's not evidence. So where's your evidence?
No, the big four. They've all worked. They were even under Jeffrey Epstein in their freaking $300 million plane. You had Lawrence Krauss there. You had Richard Dawkins. You had there was like 2 other ones too that are.
So you've named a few best-selling writers, experts in their fields that have money. Experts. So what's your evidence that atheists are doing it for the money?
So I gave you 4 names. So
you gave me 4 names. What's your evidence that says atheists are in it for the money? You're making this claim. I'm just asking for your evidence.
There's a whole socioeconomic system that proves that atheism is for the money. It's communism.
What is that? All right, citate that, please.
I just gave you the citations from the fathers of communism itself.
The fathers of communism. Do we live in a communist country?
I never said that.
Do I claim to be a communist, praise? Do I claim to be a communist?
Communism is completely in for the money. They oppress.
Do most atheists in this country claim to be communist, praise?
The money goes to the top. It goes to the leaders.
To what leaders? What leaders of atheism are there?
Just okay.
So the money I make here on YouTube goes to Richard Dawkins. Is that what you're saying?
Venezuela.
Where's your evidence that the money that I make here on YouTube is all going to Richard Dawkins? Because I'd like it back. I really would. I'm broke.
Yeah,
my car just broke down.
So but if without bashing Christianity, you probably would have nothing, though. To be honest, raging atheist. I'm just trying to be honest here.
If I didn't bash Christianity, I wouldn't have nothing. You're making that assertion.
Yeah,
I work a fucking job, dude. So what's your evidence of that, dude? What evidence do you have that a raging atheist would have nothing if I didn't bash God?
before you start, I watched your channel, how it grew. And before you bashed Christianity, you only had a few people following you. And you had...
I bashed Christianity since the moment I made this channel. In fact, my first 3 videos, I had atheists telling me I cuss too much.
No, but my point is that how you bashed Christianity, you perfected it, and you actually...
My channel didn't grow because I bashed Christianity. My channel grew because I had a lot of interactions with Matt Powell. That's it. That's all. That's why my channel grew.
I mean,
and then I started meeting people.
My point that it's just these provocative things that
my channel grows because I'm very genuine. My channel grows because I stand in opposition of hateful people like yourself. I mean, you stand with Jill, and Jill's just one of the most hateful people I've ever come in contact with.
Jill, though, it's you're guilty of what you claim.
No, you're guilty of being associated with a person like that. I'm not. I think he's shit.
I mean, you're actually reflecting what you're actually that you're criticizing.
I'm trying to. I'm talking about your personality now. All right, so we went through this, like, this whole Richard Dawkins obsession you have, and communism, and all of this. You refuse to see how people in your own religion are profiting at enormous rates, and you want to focus on the few cents that I make every month. And you want to say that I wouldn't have anything at all, even though I've worked my entire life. I'm 42 years old. I've worked my entire life. I've been on YouTube for 3 years, dude. I've worked my entire life. And you say I would have nothing at all if it wasn't for my God bashing.
Yeah.
So you're going to take away a year, a whole life's worth of hard work. Like, I've worked my ass off. You're just going to take that away because I've been God bashing for the last 3 years. That's why I have anything at all.
Right, and I've actually
right. I mean,
and you've slowly upgraded even your openings to your channel. I don't see any.
The opening for my channel, dude, came from a Christian YouTuber who gave it to me as charity. His name is Mad Love.
Okay, so I guess that might, but there's some other things that I could show in your show too that would require.
I started using OBS like other people did, so yeah, it got a little better.
Why do you charge? You charge?
I naturally got better. You know, I've been making edited videos for 3 years, so yeah, I naturally got better. Praise. It's called practice makes perfect. It's the more you do something, the better you're going to get at it.
No, but your technology is advanced, and so I'm.
My technology, dude, I have. All right, so like, my picture right now is blurry because I'm using a webcam that I've been using for 6 years. 6 years. I got a shitty little camera there, and my good camera literally you can get from Walmart for $150. So I mean, you're talking about all this technology that I have, dude. I am poor. I am one of the poorest people you've ever met. I have a daughter who has type 1 diabetes. You know, that's just like $700 a vial, and she goes through 2 or 3 vials a month. I mean, I am one of the poorest people you've ever met. I am just brave enough to
no, I'm saying,
talk my shit.
You did get money for super chats. I'm saying that's probably why you.
Yeah, I've gotten super chats. I'm not going to deny it. So the best month I've ever had was like $400. Praise, $400 was the best month I ever had.
The motive behind it to make the money, though, is purely dishonest, and that is to bash Christianity.
Huh? No, I bash Christianity for free. Money. I do it all the time. Almost every single one of my videos are demonetized. Almost every single one of them, because I just love it. I could clean it up. I could clean up my act. I could stop cursing. I could stop being so disrespectful. But I don't want to. The whole point of my channel was to be disrespectful. Why? Why, Praise? Because my entire life I have been disrespected by people like yourself. It's about time that we stood up for ourselves and we started dishing it back. That's what I'm about. That's what I do.
I mean, I'll take it as face value, I guess, but I'm just saying your cause is disingenuous, and I've caught that's how you go off of provocative.
My cause is as genuine as you can get.
You try to become popular that way, and that's when you become.
I don't care about getting popular. I make bad decisions all the time. Like I be like atheist, you know.
That's not.
I let in polytheists. My audience don't like it. Do I care? Like, no, Allie, she's now a co-host. I mean, I do what I want to do, dude. I do what I want to do. That's what I do. That's what this, if I start changing myself, it wouldn't be what it is.
To be honest, Knock, I've never seen you give an honest or objective evaluation of Christianity. It's always just full.
Have you? So you obviously haven't seen my interactions with that Christian blogger who actually came here to Battle Creek, had a face-to-face interaction with me that was genuine, that was pure, that was good. He's been on my channel several times. You haven't seen my interactions. I've had positive interactions with Savannah Louie. I have had really positive interactions with more different Christians, as you know. I've had a lot of positive interactions with Christians. My several last videos on MMA Jenkins has been more positive than negative. They criticize, but they're positive. No, if I don't have a problem with Christianity, I have a problem with the effects of Christianity. People like you. That's my problem, and that's why I stand here and I argue with you nonstop, and I stand in opposition of you guys.
That's your whole mode of operation, though, is stigmatizing Christianity. That's big business.
No, I stigmatize fundamentalists. There's a difference.
No,
you're a fundamentalist.
That's your whole operation, though, is to stigmatize Christianity, and I think that's
fundamentalists. Not just Christianity. I've talked a lot of smack about Islam. I've talked smack about my old Native American spirituality. I have open conversations with my polytheist friends about how I don't believe in their God. I don't just talk smack about
Christianity and make caricatures of Christianity. People eat it up, and this is where they give your super chats because they love it.
No, Christians make caricatures of themselves, and I just respond. And in fact, I respond really genuine. I don't do it like a lot of content creators do. I pretty much include the whole video. I'm not taking anything out of context. Sometimes I'll make 3 or 4 videos just so I can cover the whole video, so I'm not taking anybody out of context. Christians don't do that. Matt Powell didn't do that for me. That's been documented and proven. So I mean, I don't get what everything that you're saying that we do is stuff that you guys do, and you're pushing it off. It's a classic defense mechanism. You can't see it in yourselves because honestly, if you looked at yourselves honestly, you wouldn't like what you saw. I love myself. That's why I come on here every day, because I love it. I love it.
If you seek what Christianity does for the world, if you weren't blinded by your own,
I've seen what Christianity does for the world. I've studied all those witch trials, burning people alive for being strong women. All the heresy laws where they're burning atheists alive and just pretty much killing anybody that doesn't agree with them. Like if you guys had your way right now, you want to burn me.
Let me just get this in.
Let's see. Just to be sure that Rage got his point out, and then I promise Praise will come right back to you, just to because there's a little overlap, and I know maybe not everybody heard. Rage, do you feel good with what you got to say?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and this is a huge point. I think it's a reflection of how faulty Rage's argument is, and this is published by Richard Dawkins himself the other day. He said publicly that our world would be way worse off, and he says we need Christianity. So that just goes into your, goes right into, flies right into your face, Raging. If you're going to say Christianity's harmful, or some other,
I don't think I've said that. I mean, I've said it on my channel, but that's not what this debate is about.
But no, you're just
if it's a debate at all.
Rant and go off on Christianity again.
I am saying fundamentals are dangerous here. I'm not saying Christianity. I've literally tried to, I've literally several times said fundamentals.
The biggest
extremes. Praise you.
Dawkins says we need Christianity. How do you like that?
I love good Christians, man. Good Christians are awesome.
So okay, then so you really don't have a problem with Christianity then? I thought you
Christians that don't want to kill gay people. I like those kind of Christians. Christians that can get beyond that 2,000-year-old book and say, hey, that part might be wrong. I like those Christians. I don't like biblical literalists such as yourself. No, I don't.
Okay, so you're okay. You need to be more specific then. But generally, Christianity makes this world and it's why even runs. It's evil to even happen.
Most of the wars fought in this world have been for your Christian God.
No, if it wasn't for Christianity, there wouldn't be foreign aid. There wouldn't be charity.
How do you say? What do you mean? How can you say that? How can you possibly say that? How can you possibly say the United States of America gives a lot of foreign aid, and it has nothing to do with Christianity. It has everything to do with our government, our secular government.
To be honest, if you look up the stats, I hate to just gloat, but that's the truth. Without Christianity, this world would be a lot worse off. So if I was you, I would start loving Christianity a whole lot more, because we're the ones giving money and helping people. Atheists just sit behind their stupid computer and hate on Christians all day. That's all they do. They do nothing.
So you're the one, you're out helping people. How are you out helping people, Praise? How are you not sitting here behind your computer right now doing what you do?
I've helped plenty of people. I've brought in like 100 liters of cranberry juice to the homeless shelter.
Oh, you gave a lot. You gave 100 liters of cranberry juice. Holy
and I've
crap.
done several other things. I'm not trying to like say I'm like special or anything, but I've done my due of charity. And you'll see that.
So obviously, as an atheist, I've never done charity. I've never done charity as an atheist. No atheists do charity.
But you just asked me, what am I doing behind the? No, but I do charity.
Well, I mean, you sit here and say, you talk about how we're behind our computers. You're here behind your computer literally as you say that. Not out helping the poor, but you're talking smack about atheists. One atheist in particular, Richard Dawkins, I think you might have a crush on.
No, but I can just give you, even in Jeffrey Epstein's plane, they're all in it for the money. It's a joke. It's,
Jeffrey Epstein, I mean, what does he have to do with this conversation?
Means he's a fraudulent lowlife, and the atheists, and they were in his plane.
I wasn't aware that Jeffrey Epstein is an atheist.
Jeffrey Epstein's an atheist.
Well, maybe he is, maybe he isn't. I don't think. What does that have to do with Jeffrey Epstein being a shit person? A lot of Christians knew Jeffrey Epstein. They seem to like him.
If you could name some, I would like to hear it.
Donald Trump, the God-elect president of the United States, was good friends with Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah,
Joe's boy Donald, he was good friends with Epstein. Real good friends. Been to that island.
Okay, I guess you can name one Christian. Okay, so.
Well, I mean, he's the God-elect president of the United States. I mean, according to you Christians.
And I mean, I would, I don't like doing the judgment.
Oh, you don't want to talk about Epstein now, do you?
No. I don't want to be a judge on Donald Trump, but there is some times where that he has.
I mean, you're talking about Epstein, like, let's talk about all the pastors that have raped little children. Let's talk about them. You want to talk about Epstein and one atheist, supposedly. I don't know if he's an atheist. You're saying he's an atheist. You want to talk about one dude. Let's talk about all the pastors that have raped children. How about that? Or how about all the Christian men that have raped their unwilling wives?
Okay, but show me where.
How about that? Let's talk about that.
Okay, but show me where in the Bible it tells people to rape people. Tell me that. Show me where anywhere in the scripture where it tells pastors to rape little kids.
So, like when the wife's husband died and she was given to the brother and forced to have sex with her, that wasn't rape?
No, there's nothing about forcing anyone to have sex with anyone. That was.
So you honestly, or how about all of the sex slaves taken in times of war? I mean, we're not going to have a slavery discussion. And now you want to have a slavery discussion. This was your topic, dude. This was your topic. Are atheists in it for the money? And now we're back to slavery.
Out of this predicament. You're in a predicament, and I think you show.
I'm not in a predicament. Like, you're literally taking it everywhere at this point, dude. Like, why are we even debating at this point? I mean, you're taking it everywhere.
Go to those things. Jeffrey Epstein's plane.
No, you brought up Jeffrey Epstein. I wanted to talk about all the pastors that are fucking little kids. See, you want to talk about the one supposed atheist
debate, though. I mean, isn't this a non sequitur to the?
It's not. No. It's literally, there are far more of you doing that. Far more of you doing it. It's documented.
For all we know, they're atheists disguising.
Oh, they're atheists. They're wolves in sheep's clothing, pretending to be good Christians.
There you go. You just said.
Oh my fucking God! Are you?
Why? Because
James, we gotta end it, dude. I can't do this, man. Let's go to Q&A. I can't talk to this dude. I'm not talking to this dude no more.
Sounds like are both of you ready for Q&A? It sounds like Rage is ready for Q&A, and we will go to your questions. So we appreciate your questions, folks. Glad to have you here tonight. Whether you be a Christian, atheist, agnostic, or one of the many strange creatures in between, thrilled to have you here. And yeah, like I said, I know it's a controversial topic. If you want to debate someone, whether it be if you want to challenge Praise or somebody else on whether or not Christians are in it for the money, or whatever other type of controversial thing you want, whether or not Christianity is a cult, we could do that if you want it. Again, so with that, thanks so much for your super chat. Dave Dallafor says, Praise, here's the bet you lost on God. Oh, he's trolling you. He's coming at you.
Dave got me on that one.
Gotcha. Cracker Jack 12, thanks for your super chat. They said atheist Kyle Curtis of Non Sequitur Show stole from his partner. Let's see. That's kind of a repeat one from one or so people. So if it's okay if I read that one once, because it's kind of a repeat one. If you want to respond and read, you can. I'll give you a chance. Otherwise, we can keep reading in the next one.
I missed it. I'm sorry. I'm just, yeah. I didn't expect this conversation tonight. So I missed it. Will you repeat it?
No problem. This is, I'm going to read all of them at once. I think this is from roughly the same message from Cracker Jack 12 and Michael Dresden saying atheist Kyle Curtis of Non Sequitur Show stole from his partner. If you want to respond, you can. If you don't want to, you don't have to.
I know. I don't want to talk about that. Like, yeah, Kyle is shit. Stole from Steve. I think that it should be settled in the courts. I don't want to talk about. I don't see how one show has anything to do with the debate. I don't want to talk about YouTube and Twitter drama. Yeah, Kyle fucked over Steve. Everybody knows it by now. That should not be a part of a discussion about our atheist in it for the money.
Gotcha. Next up, I appreciate that question and answer. And Mothra J Disco, we appreciate your question. It said, does Praise not realize Kent Hovind exists, who is exclusively in it for the grift? Ken Ham, Jim Baker, Osteen, love you, James. Also, thanks for that love.
I could have spent the whole hour just listing Christians that make money off of it. Seriously,
I think Ken Hovind's addressed this himself, and he's been publicly attacked by atheists and demonized by atheists, and I think he's showing that he's innocent of what they
demonized by atheists. He calls for the genocide of all gay people. He should be demonized.
I don't know his personal beliefs, but I think that's irrelevant.
I mean, I've got it on video. You can go check out my channel.
Well, yeah, like I said, I think that's irrelevant to the point we're talking about, though.
I mean, a lot of the things that you've been talking about tonight are relevant to the point we've been talking about, but we can continue. My head hurts.
Gotcha. Thanks so much for your super chats. Dave Dallafor, I'm going to bundle some of these together. They say, give this to Praise. Praise, stop taking my money. Keep Praise on the line. We're coming. Praise, look behind you. Dave Dallafor also says, drink in all capital letters. Are you guys buddies? Who is you guys? He's trolling you pretty hard tonight.
Like me and Dave, I guess we go back and forth. I guess it's more of like a funny type of parody thing, but yeah, whatever.
You got to troll the trolls. I always thought Praise was a little more than a troll, but no, you're right there with Sky Out and the rest of them.
Gotcha. Thank you. Also, next up, thanks, Stupid Whore Energy. Sarah, good to see you, punk. She says, what does Praise think of capturing Christianity, constantly asking for money so he could do YouTube for a living?
It depends his motive. Like I've shown, I think that capturing Christianity's motive is honest. I don't think he has a disingenuous.
No, so it's okay if Christians do it.
Yeah, I look at the motive of someone like
so you know my motives. You know mine.
Yeah, I think it's big business and it's a way to hustle money. I think that's been proven.
Mm-hmm.
And how would he hustle money? He doesn't bash on atheists. In fact, he's just defending the Christian faith. So that's a completely different issue.
My motives are to shit on the Christian faith. That's my motives. I want to shit.
There you go. You're just demonstrating my point.
I love it too. I enjoy every minute of it.
Gotcha. Thanks so much for your guys' questions and answers. Next up, Sexy Calzone. Thanks for your super chat. They said, how much money in order to get Praise to inflect every now and again? So they're trolling you good, Praise. Says forgive me if I mispronounce this, friend. The Virillian. It's also worse because I'm so sleepy. So not because of you. It's purely because of we're gonna get back. I'm hoping to go like once every night because I love it and I feel cheated when I don't get to be here. But Virillian, thanks for your patience. They say, atheist money for a Christian. Thanks for that super chat, Verlian, and glad to have you here, whether you be Christian, atheist, or no matter where you are. Nick, thanks for your super chat. They said, to praise, what about Christian televangelists like Joel Osteen?
I think I've addressed that. And Jesus called them wolves in sheep's clothing. And Matthew, all over, I mean, so many chapters in the New Testament.
Yeah, you said they're atheists. They're pretending to be Christians.
Sure. I mean, that's what they really are, though, because they're so, they're so contrary to what God says. You can consider them atheists. Filthy lucre. And this is what Timothy warned people of, filthy lucre in 1 Timothy 7, or let's see here. Yeah, 1 Timothy 1, 7 through 11. So, yeah.
You should read some science fiction. But yeah, let's continue.
Gotcha. Next up, thanks for your super chat, Sarah Stupid Whore Energy. That's her real name. She said, I got hoes in different area codes. Thanks for that, Sarah. We already knew that.
It's that atheism money, Sarah.
Converse Contender, thanks for your super chat. They said, Christ is king.
Amen.
Dave Let's see. I think all right. Dave Dallafor, this is another super chat from Dave Dallafor. With love to you, Praise. He says, Praise, are you raging or flaming kind?
I'm the more edification sort, admonishment sort, reproof sort, just like what the scripture tells us to do, calls us to do. So, I mean, sometimes that is offensive to non-believers, but in the end, it's probably going to work out the better for them anyway, because at least it's honest and at least I'm genuine when I'm trying. My purpose behind it all is to bring people in the kingdom of heaven, and I still want Rage to be there too. Rage, I want you to be there, brother. I don't want you to, end up in hell. I mean, that's what's happened. It's going to happen if you guys don't repent. They
smoke blunts in hell. I'm all down to go to hell.
Yeah, I mean, that's the point. That's the problem.
Next.
I bet they got that fire weed.
Mathra J Disco, thanks for your super chat. They said Jeff Epstein was a Christian, though. I think that was for you, Praise.
Yeah, this is the first I've ever heard that he's an atheist. Seriously, Praise totally pulled that out of his ass.
Yeah, I would like to see the citation for that. I mean, especially in his plane, he hung out with Lawrence Krauss. He hung out with Dawkins. He hangs out with the major atheists. There's one other guy too. I forgot his name now, but there's. I don't see that. I don't see that at all. I mean, I think that's pretty laughable.
Yeah, I didn't think that was true either.
Gotcha. Thanks for that. Next up, thanks for your super chat. Dave Dallafor says, Praise, how long have you been a flat earther? What do you think of them apples, Praise?
I'm a flurfer. No, I've never been a flat earther. I think it's just been, like some type of propaganda for people to maybe make money. Maybe we should have a debate on that. I think that could be a money-making scheme, flat eartherism or whatever, flurfers.
Yeah, I'm sure there's big money in flat earther.
We may have. This is a possibility. I'm excited for a few things I got to mention because it's like I'm like trying not to spill the beans. One, we might have a flat Earth debate coming up. First time in like 9 months, probably a year. I think Patrick was the last one we had. Patrick may return. If you've ever seen Patrick before, I love Patrick. That might be a lot of fun. The second thing is we are hoping. Oh crap! I just realized I didn't call. We're hoping this January to do that debate tour we talked about, in which we will be. It's going to be epic, folks. Like if it happens, it's going to be off the chain, as Praise likes to say. So, but more details on that as we're sorting them out right now, making calls and stuff. Stupid Whore Energy, thanks for your super chat. She says, a fully communist system should not have currency because private property is completely abolished. Venezuela is state-owned capitalism, not communist. What do you think of them apples, Praise?
That's actually a valid point, though. But I still think, crony capitalism is basically the same thing as communism. That's why I like responsible capitalism. Examples would be Enron. I think Enron is a good example of crony capitalism, and it mirrors really communism.
Well, Raging doesn't look. He doesn't look convinced. Well, just to try to fly through as many questions as possible.
No, the stupidity is astounding. But yeah, please go.
Next up, let's see. Mothra J Disco, thanks for your super chat. They said, "Praise. Why would you hang with Jill, the neo-Nazi?" So a lot of people have been coming down on Jill after
People
that
even
last.
know Jill's black. Seriously, I mean, I love Jill. He's a firebrand for God. He's a servant for God, a vessel for Jesus. Man, he's an awesome, spirited individual. So I think that rubs off on people in a negative way. But that maybe that might be good in the end, because maybe people will change their beliefs at the very end. Who knows? You know, in their life. That's my hope too.
You got it.
Keep stroking Jill. It's worked so well for you.
Next up, okay. Anyway, we thanks for your super chat, Sexy Calzone. They said, "I'd kill to be as good at any one single thing as Praise is at being a terrible debater." Snap.
Oh snap! I guess I better retire now. Oh man, not.
Praise, you got so many fans out here, bro. Okay, so sorry. Subtracted, thanks for your super chat. They said, praise I am that I am suffers from cognitive dissonance.
I see a little bit of projection there, but that's okay. I understand.
Ashley, I'm just looking at Raging's face. I just love it. Atheist.
Raging looks hammered, like he's hammered right now.
Ashley.
No, actually, I haven't drank in quite a while, dude. I've quit drinking.
Gotcha. Glad. That's good. We're glad to hear you're doing well. And let's see. Ashley, forgive me if I mispronounce this. Gawk? Is it Gawk? Let me know. Atheists have to be incredibly brave to live in Christian hegemony. How does Praise explain the sheer number of Christians in seats of power?
For one, I think I've did actually a debate on this, that atheists don't want to be in part of office, and I think the majority of them don't want to, because I think some states even outlaw atheists, and maybe that, to me, there's probably good reasons for why they do that. I don't know. So yeah.
So in some states they outlaw atheists.
Mm-hmm.
For what?
It could be because of their policies, maybe their ideology that they bring with it, that maybe their morality. There's no moral foundation or moral grounding.
So what states are these that outlaw atheists?
It's a few of them. I think it's like three or 5.
A few of them do. In the United States of America, that atheism, to where we have freedom of religion, that means freedom from religion. In some states in America, you are stating that atheism is outlawed.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Gotcha. Next up, Sexy Calzone, thanks for your super chat. They said, burning up my free super chats. Does Praise ever feel bad about being a boot-licking sycophant?
I guess now I feel sorry for it. Thank you for mentioning that. So I guess now I just had I didn't know what the hell those words mean. So I guess I'll take it as a yes. Maybe I guess I'm a bootlicker. Whatever that is, I'll have to look it up later.
Gotcha. Thanks so much. Marty Camijo, thanks for your super chat. And by the way, Ashley, forgive me, thanks for letting me know. It was Ashley Gouch. Okay, thank you. Ashley Gouch. We appreciate you letting me know that. I appreciate that. And next up, thanks for your super chat, Marty Camijo. They said, Rage is really living it up on that $1 a month from my Patreon.
Yeah. I got my 10 patrons, man. They give me that big YouTube money, James.
Let's just ask Raging. Do you think if you did other topics outside what you do you think you'd be making, or do you think you would have the same popularity you have now without that? Let me just ask. Be honest. I mean, if you can be honest, that'd be great.
I think I have popularity because I'm genuine and I'm Rage. This is the first time I've actually been Rage here on MDD. I usually try to rein it in, but you just really surprised me with some of your craziness tonight. But like, I think that I'm more popular than then my channel is big. I will give you that praise. I do seem to have a lot of people know who I am, and I think it's because I'm genuine. I will sit here and rage on you and just call you stupid because you're being stupid instead of being nice to you about it. If you're going to be stupid, I'm going to say you're stupid. I think that's why people react to me the way they do. It has nothing to do with my atheism and everything to do with my honesty and just the person that I am. That's what I hope.
I guess the
maybe
next
I'm wrong.
question
Maybe
is
it's because I'm an atheist and there's this club and they're just all giving me money that I don't receive because I'm an atheist.
But I mean, my next question would be: is your audience in it for just the the being provocative and?
Well, I'm sure that's a good part of it because I provide that. That's one of the things that I wanted to do and provide that to my audience is give them that atheist content, that real atheist content that hasn't been watered down by your religion or your mode of thinking, because we don't have much of that. You know, we have a lot of the intelligent debaters. We have a lot of the intelligent guys. We don't have a lot of just normal dudes. And that's what I am praising. And that's what people react to.
Gotcha. Thanks so much. Ruben Cancino, thanks for your super chat. Let me know if I mispronounced it. Glad to have you here. They say, praise opinion on Todd White, wolf or no?
I'm not sure who that guy is, to be honest. I don't know.
Gotcha. Atheist Rationale, thanks for your super chat. They said they will challenge praise to a debate on whether or not Christians are in it for the money. So,
yeah, I'll take that debate. I think that'd be a fun one, actually. In fact, that might be an interlude to my next. I was going to put my what do you call it, a finishing comment, but maybe I'll just save it for that debate.
You got it. That'd be interesting for sure. I'm glad to host it if you guys want to do it here. Saxy Calzone, thanks for your super chat. They said, how can praise expect people to find any eternity spent in his and JJ's company at all appealing? Is JJ, Jill, right? Is that Jill?
Yeah, Jill.
Okay.
So what happens is that they've been blinded by the god of this world, who's Satan, and maybe if they see the light, and this is the gospel is their only hope. If the gospel is the mode where they can actually change their mind, repent, and then they'll see how awesome heaven really is. It's definitely not the mind or the like the spirit of this world, how its thinking is. So.
Gotcha.
Wait, so if you repent, you see how awesome heaven is, but how do you see that if you don't go there to see it?
Jesus says if you got it, it's not what you see with your eyes, it's what you see with your heart and with the.
Oh, you're talking about those endorphins that go off in your brain like drugs. Okay,
yeah,
we can move
so
on.
You only see things through brain chemistry and physical laws, but there's things that go way beyond that, and hopefully you guys can get enlightened someday. So.
No, I got off that Jesus kick a while ago. I like weed now.
Gotcha. Next up, thanks for your Atheist Rationale. Thanks for clarifying. I misunderstood. They said they would actually like to debate this topic with you, praise, namely whether or not atheists are in it for the money. So not whether or not Christians are. So again, if you guys want to do it, glad to have you. Praise, do you accept that debate?
Yeah. I'll accept it. I'll improve on it, though, so I have to warn them that it's going to be an improved argument. So they might not get the same.
That won't be hard.
Gotcha. That was a clever singer from Rage. Okay. Mother J Disco. We love you, praise. Rage loves you too. It's like teasing's his love language, man. Mothra J Disco, thanks for your super chat. They said, so neo-Nazis are good now, praise?
So like if they're trying to call Jill a neo-Nazi, I mean, he is a black guy. Did people know that? So I think that's
like I mean, Vosh pointed it out in that debate, but like you know that like historically there have been black neo-Nazis, right?
I don't know. I'd like to.
All right, so you're educated now. Go look it up. Go look it up. It's a thing. It's a thing. And he exudes very, very far right, very extreme, very nationalistic, pro-white immigration.
Yeah, I mean, but the Nazis
policy.
were a left-wing party, though. They were very.
No, they were
Socialism
not.
is not right.
You,
That's
you
not
can't
right.
just change history like that. I won't let you change history like that. The Nazis were a far right extreme
No
party.
way, dude. Socialism. They were a socialistic entity.
They were nationalist socialists. That's different.
Yeah, that has nothing to do.
They were
with
nationalist
right.
socialists. That's different. That's far right. You need
No,
to understand
you're-
politics.
no, you're
Don't get into a
conflating-
politics discussion, praise, if you don't understand it at all.
You're conflating
But we can move
Mussolini
on.
with freaking Hitler.
Gotcha. Thanks so much.
That's literally like one of the dumbest things I ever fucking heard.
Next up, Subtracted. Thanks for your super chat. They said, "Hey, praise. What's taking Jesus so long to come back? Is he stuck in heaven traffic?"
2 Peter 3:9, that God, the Lord is long suffering, that all should come to repentance. So maybe the Lord wants people to be saved. So that's his what his final what he wants the people to do. So I mean that's exactly why it's been later, or his return has been halted so far. So
Gotcha. Next up, thanks for your super chat, Buck Melanoma. I think this may be the first time we've seen Kira. We appreciate it. He said loads of money in prosperity atheism. Then, because I'm not cool anymore, I don't know what this is, what it means. I think it's slang. PLLBBT. I wish I knew.
I'm old. I don't know the new lingo.
yeah, I don't either.
Everyone keeps calling me a boomer, and it sounds powerful, so I kind of like it. But so sorry, but at least Buck, you know what it means. So thanks for your super chat. Then Patreon priority. I forgot to mention at the start, we do have a Patreon. We're working on a Discord. So thankful that Hollis, one of our Patreon patrons, is working on like getting us set up for Discord, because I'm honestly like kind of swamped and dying over here. And I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm thankful everything's good, but I'm like so thankful for everybody. Rage, praise, the audience here tonight. You guys, this is honestly like the only thing I pretty much outside of school, like in terms of like, this is like the only hobby I have. Like I don't really like
me
to,
too.
I don't really like to.
I love every moment of it. Even when I rage, I still just love every moment of it.
Me too. It's awesome.
I don't want to, what is it called? I don't want to ski. I don't know how to ski. It'd be embarrassing. Okay. So next up, Brian Stevens' Patreon priority question is basically what we do is we just, patrons, we just push their question to the top of the standard question list. So like right after super chats, we read them. It said, the Bible talks about giving to the poor. Wouldn't it be better instead of tithing to give your money directly to charities that help the poor?
And I think actually churches, they use their tithings to help the poor. And I've known churches to do that. If they don't, I mean, they're going to take it up with God in judgment day anyway, if they have a dishonest, or whatever they're trying to do with it. So if they're dishonest with it, they're going to pay the consequences.
I will grant you that the vast majority of churches use part of their tithes, for charity. I will grant you that. But they also use a big part of it to maintain that bottom line of that church and to pay that pastor. That pastor who is making money off of Christianity. Real money. Praise. Real money, not the pennies I make.
And if they are, I'm just saying if they are, the Bible obviously says there's
it's cool because the Bible says
they're gonna.
Right?
I mean, yeah, but they're gonna have consequences for that. So it's their heart and how genuine what they're
consequences
doing.
For it. Like you contribute to it. Like it's part of the deal. Like you're gonna take care of your pastor.
Church doesn't still.
I get this capitalism, yo. But I'm just to pretend like atheists are in it for the money when you have a whole profession
is bashing
just based on preaching the Bible. It seems kind of ludicrous.
You know that. You know, bashing Christianity, you can hustle money for that, and a lot of people do. A lot of atheists do.
No, I don't know that at all. I wish some of it would come my way because I got bills to pay. But we can continue.
Next up, Brian Stevens.
Get a sidetrack.
We got only a few short low ones left. We'll actually probably get to the end this time. Stoked, Brian Stevens asks, have people ever been kicked out of a church for not tithing enough? Do some churches basically collect quote-unquote dues to attend church?
Good question. I think there are churches that are purely for the wrong reason, and I think it's religiosity, and I'm 100% against those those whatever you call it, buildings that call themselves Christians. They go under the banner of Christian, but that doesn't make them Christian any more than, like I said, a car or standing in a garage makes you a car. So I think the Bible's the standard of what constitutes a Christian.
Gotcha. Thanks so much. Math Pig, thanks for your super chat. Just came in. Said James, this is kind. Thank you. They said James rocks and respect for people who turn up. Thanks. I appreciate those people who turn up here every night as well. It's always a blast. This is honestly, I was telling the guys before we started, I always get in such a good mood. So very, very fun. And yeah, next up, I'm honestly, you guys, it's so hard for me to hold it in about how excited I am about tonight, about future events and stuff that are going down, including hopefully with these gentlemen. It's got a lot of new topics, fresh new topics we're ushering in. So it's going to be wild. Maybe including should marijuana be legal? So that would be a lot of fun. I don't know if you'd have interest in that, Rage, if you want to debate that.
I live in Michigan. It is legal.
Is it really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's fully legal.
I'm in Colorado, so we're same boat.
So Praise is right. I'm high. I'm not drunk though.
Well, we're glad to have you here. And the heathen, thanks for your question. They said, for Praise, Jim Baker, Bob Tilton, Kent Hovind, Ken Copeland, Benny Hinn, Peter Popoff, what non-YouTube atheists were exposed for fraud?
Well, Lawrence Krauss, for one, he's been exposed for fraud.
Oh yeah, when?
With and actually DeGrasse or Neil deGrasse too. So both.
Oh yeah, when have they been exposed for fraud? Fraud. That's a legal term.
Recently, in this past year or two.
So they've been convicted of fraud.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. I didn't know that. First, I'm hearing it. Maybe you're right. First, I'm hearing it.
Yeah.
I doubt it. I think you're full of shit. But I mean, first, I'm hearing it.
They've been in fraudulent activities. Yes, they have, and it's easy to.
Oh, now they've had fraudulent. I just asked you, had they been convicted of fraud? You're sitting here claiming that they've been convicted of fraud. Well, fraudulent. Oh, you're talking about all that atheism they talk, right?
That's what atheism is. I mean, that's what fraudulent activities.
Oh man, it's just so funny. Like, I wish I would have been drinking. We should like they're saying it in chat. We should have had a drinking game. Every time you just make something up, take a shot.
Gosh, yeah. Thanks so much for your question. This is I think this is your old twin brother, Rage. Jesus is Lord. Ask question for raging atheist. They say, do you still Oh no. Oh, Rage, you said you predicted it. They said,
yeah, it's coming.
They said, do you still support bestiality on your channel and profit off of promoting bestiality?
Yeah, I sure do, Joe. I sure do.
Oh man,
I think about bestiality with Jill every night.
Okay, that's nasty stuff. Jeremy Mendoza, thanks for your question. They said, Praise, why are the top 10 billionaires all Christians?
If I'd like to see that list, but if you look at communist countries, I mean, it's pretty clear that there's my point right there. Proves my point that atheism is not for the money. They love it for the money. So I'd like to see that list, though. I don't think if you can provide that citation.
Gotcha. It's got some, what are those emoticons of animals in the live chat? So thanks so much. Last one we've got, Holy Spirit, modern day debate. Do Christian men provide for their own household according to Scripture? If not, then they are worse than an atheist. Let's see. I think, I don't know if this is just a question about a passage in Scripture. But thank you for your question. I'm not sure who wants to answer that.
I think they're pretty much saying that, like, if you're not like the most reprehensible of Christians, like if you're not a biblical literalist that truly thinks that Christian law should be the law of America, well, then you're as bad as an atheist because you're a compassionate human being that wants other people to have freedom and love and all that stuff. So yeah, you're shit.
Gotcha. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. With that, we will wrap up and want to say thanks for being here, everybody. It's a blast as always. We'll be back tomorrow. Excited to get kind of rolling in a more regular schedule again, as it's honestly, I just get a kick out of this. I just really love you guys. So thanks for being here, everybody. We hope you keep sifting through the
It was
reasonable.
a lot of fun, James. Thank you.
Absolutely. So take care and keep sifting out the reasonable from the unreasonable. Sleep tight, everybody.
For all those who appreciate the work that we're doing here on Standing for Truth, please hit that subscribe button because we are just getting started.